Alright, people. I think we've given the space fams enough time. Looks like we'll have to get this started. Looks like we'll have to get this started and wait for people, just allow people to shuffle into the YouTube again. So, get back in those seats, space fams. Stream is about to begin once again. Right now, YouTube's getting beaten by Twitch. By a margin that is shocking. Unheard of around here. Both Gabby and Geode missed that Nepal moment before now? Really? Well, we covered it after we lost the YouTube channel. So that would actually make perfect sense, I think. Wait, didn't we? Or did we? Wait a second. Did we cover? I can't remember. When was that? No, we would have covered that. We lost it, what, September 28th? Yeah, we're not there yet. So technically, I think we covered that while we still had the YouTube channel. What if I pass out and don't return? That's a good question. I guess the stream would just go on indefinitely. I guess it would just continue on and on into eternity. But not a lot would be happening. You missed a lot of stuff? Yeah, I get it. Okay, I even made a kind of slightly altered thumbnail for the second part of the YouTube stream. We lost like 66% of our viewers or more. Down to 10. C'est la vie, I suppose. Gotta get this done. And there's no way I'm going to sully the New Year's Eve celebrations by trying to talk about the rest, by doing the last 3 months. But no, I'm not going to do that. Not going to do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Would not
Not
be
going to do
prudent.
it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Would not be prudent at this juncture. All right, let's move it along now. We covered it on the YouTube channel because originally you made the same jokes, but then I got right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now this was, of course, a massive piece of news early in September. The death of Charlie Kirk. Whoops. No video. Okay, here we
The
go.
kickoff for Charlie Kirk's 14-city tour was here in Orem, Utah, about 40 miles away from Salt Lake City at Utah Valley University.
Guess who? You keep asking me to guess who. Oxygen Destroyer 1676. That's my guess. That's the best I got.
The kickoff for Charlie Kirk's 14-city tour was here in Orem, Utah, about 40 miles away from Salt Lake City at Utah Valley University.
It's an alt account of you have a different account. I don't know.
Here
Don
in Orem,
James.
Utah, about 40 miles away from Salt Lake City at Utah Valley University. Thousands of people, mainly students, were gathering in a large open courtyard. Minutes before the shooting, video from Kirk's own X account shows an open space and a barrier between the tent and the students, with multiple security guards standing at the fence line. Police say there were 6 campus police officers there as well.
A lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
Kirk was a rock star among young conservatives, largely because of events like this, meeting college students up close on campuses across the country. Police say roughly 3,000 people showed up for this one, all watching and listening as it happened. Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Kirk is rushed into an SUV and taken to the hospital. Panic crowds ran as police jumped in.
And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
In the scramble after Kirk was shot, video taken from inside a building captures what appears to be someone running across a rooftop. That rooftop is this building, called the Losi Center, less than 200 yards away from the spot where Kirk was hit. If that runner was the shooter, he would have been positioned about here. From this shot, you can see the rooftop of the Losi building is pretty easy to access. It's connected to another building by an elevated walkway, which, as you can see, is only separated from the roof by a railing. Aerial footage after the shooting shows police tape on the roof of the Losi building. And at about 12:36 p.m., an officer describes a possible suspect.
He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle. Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest.
there we go. There were the basic timeline of events on the day Charlie Kirk died. Now, Kash Patel immediately came out as a director of the FBI to make some very serious statements.
This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
A what now?
There was Kash Patel saying some very strange things.
So Trump has been
at the podium. Literally, I think, like within 24 hours of the death of Charlie Kirk, saying, "quote unquote," "I'll see you in Valhalla, brother." Fascinating comment there from Kash. He wasn't the only one making weird comments that day, though. No. Utah's governor also getting in on it.
So Trump has been in mourning. I'll just give you a sense of this. Here was a question posed to him yesterday. Was this yesterday?
This is this morning.
Oh, this is this morning? Yes. He's back into mourning mode. This is, well, they call it mourning for a reason. This is Donald Trump in the morning today, talking about how difficult it's been. Oh, pause it. I should say, they're asking him, my condolences about Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up? And Trump gets pretty heartfelt here.
How are you holding up over the last 3.5 years? I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Now, there's a lot of people who say, like, wait a second. Trump's asked, how are you holding up in light of Charlie Kirk passing away? And he goes on to say, immediately to pivot to what's happening with the White House ballroom. And people, I know there's people out there saying, Trump claimed that Charlie Kirk was like a son to him. I think this actually proves that he was.
Exactly.
This is,
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Can't imagine Trump responding any other way. Now, of course.
God damn it, I'm muted. I was saying multiple things. But basically I was also saying, Donald James, I'm sorry for not giving Laika the treat that she so clearly deserves and wants.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I suck.
This is 3 days after. Let's just check out how he was doing last night as he was in mourning for Charlie Kirk.
On 9/11.
I mean,
on
yes,
9/11,
a
somber day.
Grief is not linear, Sam, and it doesn't. You can't judge people because
for how they process.
How they process. There's denial. There's bargaining. We don't. And those,
sometimes there's the village people.
And sometimes those stages flip.
Here he is last morning.
Yep. That's my jam.
A beautiful song.
I mean,
we can't spend all our time in mourning
celebrating the day I got the tallest building in New York.
Yep.
Do we have the photo of Trump crying though? I mean, he did show some public kind of grief. We played a little bit of footage of this yesterday, but now we have high quality still images of Trump just being, this is the typical face when you're sad. Right?
I wish someone would play the YMCA.
Some people were making fun of, maybe Trump might have had a little bit of a droopy face. And oh my God, dude! And there were all these Republicans like, he's just mourning. He's mourning. That's the famous mourning face that you make.
I mean, the most anodyne explanation is that he had dental work done.
I've got problem with my Invisalign.
Very, very sad, man.
Everybody's on me about
like.
that.
Sadness looks like.
We know that he loves.
Sometimes sadness looks like a stroke. Okay. There's nothing weird about sadness taking the form of symptoms of a stroke. Very similar things, actually.
To steal some strokes during golf.
YMCA.
He has a handicap in golf.
Oh my God. Let's.
Do you want to do this weird Spencer Cox thing where he talked about praying for the identity?
There's a couple of things. This is again from the press conference today, where Spencer Cox wanted to end speculation about what was on the shell casings, and so basically reads off what was on there, which of course is nothing but an accelerant and fuel on a speculative fire. Like, if you genuinely wanted to inhibit speculation, you wouldn't release this information right now until you had a broader context to it. I will also say, at one point during this guy's press conference, as he pretends, and it's sort of fascinating because this was a very, very dog whistle laden press conference, because he knows he's taught. He's got obviously within Utah there is a politeness about Mormonism that he's got to appeal to. He also knows that he's being viewed nationally, and so he's got to come off like he's calling for national reconciliation. But he does specifically say he was proud of Utahns by dog whistling. Essentially, we didn't have any George Floyd protests here. Now, he did.
Yeah, there's no black people, so how do you explain that?
In this country about what happened during the Biden administration, or during 2020, it would have passed. But and here he is now, also sort of like, this is a weird thing to pray for.
This bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours. I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. That sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, "Hey, we don't do that here."
Yeah, I still find this to be an incredibly revealing comment about the sort of the mindset of the Republican. But like, he's basically saying, look, it would have really sucked if we had to turn the looking glass inwards. So, leading up to this, I was really, really hoping it was like a brown person, somebody that we could fearmonger about, scapegoat, and not have to self-reflect whatsoever about anything that we have done. That would be best for us, actually. If we could just move forward and blame brown people or something like that, or like Antifa, oh, that would have been the best. But no, unfortunately, now we might have to think about possibly self-reflection.
Could you drum up?
Can you pause it?
I wonder who his us was.
Yeah, look at Kash Patel behind him. Like, we don't know who leaked that false information to the Wall Street Journal from the Bureau of ATF. But I believe, but it was false information. And I believe that Kash Patel is the acting director of the ATF, or he was removed, in April of 2025. Either way, they were trying to get ahead of the narrative to blame trans people immediately. Because they don't want it to be one of us, and you can look at that if this shooter was from Utah, but was of Muslim descent, or was black, or was Latino, do you think that this governor would be saying
he was his
this
prayers
phrase?
are answered?
Yeah, if only it could have been a black Muslim Antifa, Latino communist from Norway or something. That would have been perfect. That would have been perfect. Oh, and if they could have been specifically Palestinian, would have made this guy's life a real, and honestly, I blame the shooter for not, thinking of the governor of Utah ahead of time. I think it's super rude.
How rude.
How dare you not consider his feelings about this? Of course, I joke. Perhaps darkly. That's all I'm capable of. I'm sorry. Now, one man who attempted a joke in the wake of the death of Charlie Kirk, well, he got immediately canceled.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That would be one Jimmy Kimmel, of course.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
Here's everything you need to know about the off-key monologue that got Jimmy Kimmel's show pulled indefinitely. The controversy began during Monday's show when the late-night comic started off by claiming that MAGA was using Charlie Kirk's assassination to score political points.
They were doing that. That's just an accurate description of what Republicans were doing.
But Kimmel didn't stop there. He went on to call out President Trump, who was scheduled to deliver a speech at Kirk's memorial service on Monday, for what he deemed to be an insufficient reaction to the murder.
In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, Jimmy Kimmel says two accurate things. A, Republicans were trying to capitalize on this opportunity. They still are, by the way. Have you heard of Candace Owens? Or, do we have to? Do we have to go through this? But then, of course, Donald Trump was, in fact, accurately not that broken up about it, it would seem. Half Mags at half staff, Donald Trump at 100%. He seemed perfectly fine. Doing great, actually. Great day. Beautiful. Beautiful. Grass smells green. I can hear the birds chirping. It's beautiful. But that was enough to get Jimmy Kimmel off of the air.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk.
It's happening. Jimmy Kimmel has been muzzled and taken off the air by his network ABC, who are buckling to and trying to appease the Nexstar media conglomerate, who have a lot of affiliates, and they threaten to preempt him at the suggestion of the SEC chair. This is government censorship. This is the Trump administration coming after people who speak out against him.
I was supposed to go over and have a chat with my friend Jimmy Kimmel on his show, but as you have heard by now, the Jimmy Kimmel show has been pulled indefinitely, abruptly, because of complaints from the Trump administration. So let's see. He didn't end the Ukraine war or solve Gaza within his first week, but he did end freedom of speech.
What do you make
Immediately,
of it,
if not
well,
sooner.
It's troubling to say the least, and we all have to really take a moment and figure out how we feel about this type of thing, especially, you know, people doing what you do. But I imagine there's plenty of conversations going on to do something, because you just can't stand by and let stuff like that go on.
Stuff like?
Well, Jimmy getting his show pulled for, you know, freedom of speech.
Okay. There were some celebrities. Jason. What's his name? Jason something. Why can't I think of his name? Why am I blanking on his name right now? Jason Bateman, Wanda Sykes, and Mark Maron all commenting on the loss of Jimmy Kimmel's. I'm blanking on names like crazy right now. One man had, in my opinion, one of perhaps the worst take. You know, while those three seem to find a way to actually find the correct take. One Stephen A. Smith, ESPN commentator turned podcaster turned guy who doesn't know anything about politics but talks about politics to people, had this to say on Laura Coates Live.
I am incredibly alarmed by what appears to be our First Amendment rights being attacked. This is what I do for a living. I don't like that.
Oh, right. This was actually on his show. I take it back. This was on his show. That's right. It was on his show. They're reviewing the thing.
This is what I do for a living. I don't like that.
Aww.
But you know he's coming. The man is coming. And you have to adjust accordingly.
Uh-huh.
Well, that was...
Thank you, Stephen A. I love how he's like, this is my job. This is how I make money. And Donald Trump, he's coming. So what do you got to do? Adjust. Say something different. You were going to criticize the president? Don't do that. Don't do that. Say something else, like the president is a great guy. Or, boy, I love the feeling of the president's ballsack on my forehead. You know, like, Stephen A. came out to say, capitulate ahead of time so that your careers aren't jeopardized. Oh, Stephen A., a man of great morals and integrity. Prepared to contort himself at the drop of a dime, just in case he might have some problems with his show at some point. So brave. So brave. Such a brave man, Stephen A. Speaking of brave people, one man decided to go on to Adam Friedland's show. A Democrat in name only. One
Sam
Richie
Cedar and
Torres.
Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Adam Friedland, comedian. You're the host of the Adam Friedland Show. Is that correct?
Yeah, barely a comedian at this point, but yes, thank you.
And we appreciate your coming on. I was just remarking, those are nice paintings behind you. Did you paint those?
No, a guy painted it. Yeah.
Okay. I
A guy
just
named
wanted to
Mark.
make sure that it was.
It's nice. Yeah, I've decided if I'm never gonna own a home, I may as well. I'm a hard asset. I'm like a money under the mattress Jew. I had everything in checking until like 6 months ago. I'm very bad at money, but I was like, if I can never like look at a stock portfolio or something and like feel pleasure, but I'm like, if you buy something that you look at that's nice, like whatever these wacky folks, I'm like, yeah, that's like, it makes me smile.
I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those.
Where's that coming from?
The voice of God, I guess.
Who's that?
We don't know.
Jesus, I say that. The governor of Utah. I'm not sure if you've heard about the news. That's
Ken Bone. Ken Bone. He can't make up his mind.
Right.
Undecided. What's going on?
Yeah, there's been news.
That guy in the red sweater.
Oh yeah.
They got the
who even is undecided these days? You know, like McCain, Obama. Like, make up your freaking mind.
Exactly. Well, it's you're
What-
just
I think
catching up with that election.
Well, I kind of like, I don't like letting the zeitgeist, like, I like wait to see movies and stuff, and so I just checked out Interstellar. What a
You
load
should
of
see the
dreck
Sting.
that was.
That's also a good one. That's percolating right now.
Yeah, I dream
No
of
one even
rain,
know
LA. The desert. I'm sorry, guys. Barely a comedian, as I said. Yeah, the news really stinks, right?
Yeah, it's a very difficult news time.
It's usually not good news, right? It's usually bad
not
news.
good, but this is like a little bit more intense than normal. But you know what I thought we would talk about a little bit. I don't know if you remember this, but you had a conversation with Richie Torres, who's a congressman from New York, and that caused quite a stir.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. It wasn't a stir. I think most people liked it.
Yeah, well, I mean it, but people were, I think, not
those guys, the Barry Weiss people. They were saying that I was like a hook nosed like a banker, or like they were going old school anti-Semitic.
Well, that's the thing is the Barry Weiss people really took you to task in a way that I found a little bit surprising, because it was as if like you let them down. Have the folks over at Free Press, and now I guess she's CBS News, did they, I mean, had you had some type of like prior relationship with them or something? They seemed very, very disappointed in you.
No.
And then had an issue with like how un-Jewish you were.
They expected more. I don't know what they've been following. They've been following since the breakfast sandwich episode of Come Town. I don't know. What were they? Yeah, no, I didn't know what it was. The Free Press.
They're OGs.
I will say that my father, at first, you know, when I was doing that interview, I mean, I don't know. It's like this is like an argument we've been having in our family for 20 years, and now it's a very public
about Richie Torres.
Yeah. Is Richie Torres dope or not? Yeah. But my father, my dad watched I thought, you know, it's just like I didn't want to, they're members of your family. It's that were born shortly after the Holocaust, as I explained, and they kind of have been. There's a certain paradigm that they've been operating under most of their lives, and it's I didn't want to like it's difficult. It's like it's families and stuff. I didn't inform my decision to say what I wanted to say, but I was like, my dad told me his heart rate monitor went off multiple times. I was like, I'm not going to kill my dad, which would be.
Which would make you Hamas.
But he watched everything. He watched it. Okay, enough with the jokes, Emma. Okay, enough. Is everything a joke? No, actually, my dad watched everything. He watched every response.
Not funny.
And he saw that he has I have a bone to pick with you. You said that he said, and the Majority Report girl said that I'm a radical, and I was like, no, I'll set the record straight. You're a good. He's an architect. In fact, no, but I will say that he saw them calling me a capo, and he.
Well, wait a second. Let's not move on. We'll go to the Barry Weiss thing.
I don't know if I attacked your father.
The press guy called me a capo, and my dad was like, to co-opt language from the Shoah. He's like, these people are hypocrites, and I was like, that's right on, Max Friedland. Yeah, it was like kind of he was like, you don't fuck with my boy,
Well, it's good that he came to your defense, but we really need to air this out.
Yeah,
with Emma, because
oh my God,
your dad was mad at Emma.
Should we call? My dad got mad at Emma. Yeah.
No.
And I said, but I said, if I ever go on that program, I will tell that young lady that
well, wait a second. Let me just
yell at me.
What do you took issue with? I forgot actually.
Emma,
I don't remember what I say 5 minutes after I say
you said
it.
that my family's ISIS, I believe.
No.
Yeah.
Emma was, I think, quoting you as to saying that you were somewhat indoctrinated by your family.
Oh, indoctrinated. That's what he was.
I mean,
I was paraphrasing slightly, but obviously I hit a nerve.
Well, the truth is, listen, I'm making a whole matzo pudding of this. The truth is that in our community, this is something we believe, and we're taught to believe growing up. I mean, that's what my parents were told growing up. I'm doing a goof on Emma right now, but like the truth is that's what's difficult about it is that the assumption after the Holocaust, and as I said in the interview, it's like my family, like they were the proximity was, I mean, my parents were born like 5 years after, and it horrified people, and the assumption was we needed the Jewish state to prevent another Holocaust. I do think on the other hand, like, let's say if you're creating a state to avoid a genocide, wouldn't this undermine the very premise of the state? I mean, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, I think.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna skip ahead to the talk about Dole. What's his face? Richie. Get away from some of this interpersonal drama that's going on over here.
The formation of the state of Israel, that's correct. But it's like, I mean, what's clear is that, like, it's not like, it doesn't, that's where you lose the conversation. I think you just say to someone as an elected official, you come from a certain place, why is this your thing? And also, why do you, like, are you looking at this? Like, what are you seeing right now?
Well, I think that's
it's more effective, maybe.
It was also just like what underscored when you made it about your like lived experience, and it was less of a politic-y with a capital P interview. It just made him trying to preach anti-Semitism to you like so farce, like such a farce, and so embarrassing for him that I don't know how he kept trying to go back to that well. Like, were you surprised that he didn't even acknowledge the history of like your family in the Holocaust or anything like that? It just felt like
it's kind
he
of
just
a lack
pushed past it.
It's more of a lack of political instincts, really. I mean, like,
well,
yeah, he's just like that's not like a good. You look like, I mean, politicians are supposed to be like razzle dazzle, right? Like, I think it's kind of like at
the very least they should be able to read the room. Like, I mean, at the bare minimum, Richie should have been able to understand the dynamic that was at play, and yet he just seemingly couldn't understand it. It was quite off-putting. All right, we're gonna move on from this moment in time. Keep going through this stream. We're on to part 2 now. Hour 12 gone. Approaching hour 13 on the stream, and we still got so much content, Space Fams. This is almost definitely going to be the longest Galactic News Network stream of all time. I still got a metric fuck ton of videos here. How many is that? Like, I got like 65 videos left. I've still got so much to get through. Okay, now I think like the day after Adam came on to the Majority Report stream, the very solemn, very serious, very non-performative 8-hour memorial service in Arizona for Charlie Kirk
to me, right?
It was put on. Oh wait, no, I'm way back. Wait, I'm way off. Hold on. No. How did I do that? No. Hold on. I gotta do something. I gotta check something. You know, at this rate, we're gonna be rating. Majority Report. like by noon today, we're gonna be rating into the Majority Report's premiere stream. Actually, I don't think I think they actually run it as a live stream. I think somebody must be in the office live doing the live. Probably Brian. Reused. What does reused mean? What's being reused? The reused stream? The reused content from Majority Report? I mean, come on. Come on. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, I thought so. Right, okay, I was totally in the wrong spot. I'm so sorry about that. I pretend that what I just said, whatever I just said, just forget what I just said about the memorial service in Arizona. We'll get to that later. I was like way ahead of myself. God, they waited quite a while for Charlie Kirk's memorial service, didn't they? They had to sell tickets. Reused content, reused year. Look, I mean, they can't go, I mean, you know? I mean, I guess they could, but let's be real. Sam, I think Sam's a big fan of the holidays, and he's not going to humbug it up. Tell people they can't, you know, enjoy their family stuff, can't have vacation. I think in a way it's nice to go back over the stuff at the end of the year here, and that's why we're doing this today. That's why we're doing this now today. To try and recap this year, make sense of it all, put it in order, look at it, and all of its most terrible elements. Some of the good ones too, of course. All right, let's go to the United Kingdom. Donald Trump made a visit to Britain in September, mid-September. And this work of art was projected onto the Windsor Castle surface.
This is Windsor Castle,
Facade.
home of the British royal family, where Donald Trump is staying during his state visit. And this is a film about Trump's relationship with the world's most famous pedophile. Jeffrey
Are you
Epstein.
still talking about Jeffrey
Their friendship
Epstein?
goes back to at least 1992, when the two of them are filmed laughing together. Trump can be seen making friendly conversation with Epstein in between clips of Trump smiling and dancing with a group of young women at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The following year, they attend a cafe open.
What?
What? GSL is still alive? That is crazy, says Dark Sparkle. Yep, still live. Technically, this is the second live stream of the night for YouTube. Twitch is still going strong over there. almost 13 hours for Twitch, but we had to end the first stream because YouTube cuts them off at 12 hours. So I had to restart an hour ago with this stream. And now we're going to be going... I just predicted that it's possible that we're going until the majority report, at least until the Discourse does a stream, if Brandon is going to do one of those. We'll be rating somebody, I get the sense. I still got like 70-ish videos or so to get through. And I'm starting to slow it down a little bit just because it's been a crazy freaking year though, right people? I mean, I still feel like I only like glazed the surface. Like I only scratched the bare minimum on all this. 300 videos just doesn't feel like enough somehow.
What you talking about? Between clips of Trump smiling and dancing with a group of young women at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The following year, they attend a cafe opening together. And a month after that, Trump invites Epstein to his wedding. In 1995, a young woman called Maria Farmer is working for Epstein in Manhattan. Late one night, she says, Epstein unexpectedly calls her to his offices, and she arrives in running shorts. Donald Trump then turns up, wearing a business suit, and starts to hover over her. Ms. Farmer feels scared as Trump stares at her bare legs. Then Epstein enters the room, and she recalls him saying to Trump, no, she's not here for you. The two men then leave the room, and Ms. Farmer says she heard Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old. She says she later reported the incident to the authorities. Trump denies he was ever in Epstein's office. 1993 to 1997, Trump takes at least 8 flights on Epstein's private jet, according to flight logs released by the U.S. Department of Justice. The plane is later dubbed the Lolita Express, a reference to the character in the Nabokov novel by the same name, a 12-year-old child who is sexually abused by an older man. 1997,
Illegal.
Trump and Epstein are seen together at 2 Victoria's Secret parties and are photographed together at Mar-a-Lago. The same year, Trump gifts a book to Epstein with the dedication, "To Jeff, you are the greatest." 2000, a 16-year-old girl, Virginia Giuffre, is working in the spa at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. There, she is recruited by Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, to work as a personal masseuse for Epstein. The teenager will soon become, in her words, a teen sex slave and will endure years of sexual abuse.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand.
25 years later, Trump will acknowledge he was aware that young women were being recruited from Mar-a-Lago by Epstein.
Are some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken, and it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad, but that story's been pretty well out there, and the answer is yes, they were.
Trump is then asked if one of them was Virginia Giuffre.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her.
2 years later, after Giuffre was recruited from his club by Epstein and Maxwell, Trump tells New York Magazine he thinks that Epstein is a, quote, terrific guy.
8:22 p.m. On the 31st in Australia already? Really? That's right, you're the furthest over. Wow, it's almost the new year for you. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Nice. Wow, that's exciting. You might be streaming right into the Australian New Year, I guess. It's wild. At some point, I have to actually end the stream and finish preparing for the New Year's Eve stream. I still haven't gotten all the decorations out, if you can't tell. I haven't even gotten all the Christmas decorations. Look, I still got the goddamn garland up. Still got the goddamn garland.
Dead in his jail cell. The authorities declare his death a suicide. 2020. Maxwell is charged with federal crimes for helping recruit underage girls for Epstein and participating in the abuse herself. Trump is asked about the charges and replies,
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well.
2024. Asked about whether he would release the so-called Epstein files, information about Epstein's crimes, and potentially his famous accomplices, Trump seems unsure.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
I already did it.
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that
maybe,
less so
I guess.
because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
2025. Trump is now president again, and his administration blocks release of the Epstein files. It is soon revealed that his attorney general, Pam Bondi, told Trump in May that his name is in the files before authorizing the release of a handful of transcripts only. Trump's one-time personal lawyer, now Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, then meets Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for 9 hours. Amid speculation of a quid pro quo to protect Trump, days later, Maxwell is moved to a low-security prison famous for its comfortable conditions and known as Club Fed. This is what we know. The President of the United States was a longtime close friend of America's most notorious child sex trafficker. He's alleged to be mentioned numerous times in the files arising from the investigation into that child sex trafficker. And now he is back in office. The U.S. federal government appears to be doing all it can to prevent the American public from learning fully about the president's relationship with the country's most notorious child sex trafficker. Now that president, Donald Trump, is sleeping here in Windsor Castle.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You know what? Somebody just broke something open in my brain. Frontier Studies just broke something open in my brain. January 5th is the 12th day of Christmas. I had to Google it. I was like, what are you talking about? In my mind, this is clearly a huge mistake I think I've made now twice in a row here. But in my mind, the 12 days of Christmas were like Hanukkah. You know? Like, or like, do you know what I'm saying here? Like it starts, and then the final day is on Christmas, right? But clearly that is not the case. And it actually starts on Christmas and ends in January. Frontier Studies is right. It's the Feast of the Epiphany, apparently, on the 6th that's supposed to happen. So I guess I don't have to take any decorations down. Which means, I guess, technically, are there decorations that I have taken down that I need to put back up? I'm trying to remember. What have I taken down? Okay, I'm stalling because I lost place in my list. Or like 3 months back. Less than, like 3-ish months. Like mid-September. Mid-September, where are you? Ah, yes. All right. Go from the Epstein files. Plastered on Windsor Castle led by donkeys. Back to the United States. Talk about immigration enforcement in Los Angeles. This was a disturbing video.
80-year-old owner of a Van Nuys car wash says he was beaten, battered, and shoved to the ground during an ICE raid that turned.
Sammy, good morning to you
He
over there
says
on
he
Twitch.
is a U.S. citizen and was also wrongfully detained.
Tonight, he's speaking out about his injuries and why he says the agents went too far. Carlos Salcedo live in Van Nuys with the story you'll see only on 5. Carlos.
Yeah, Micah, share everything unfolded at this car wash behind me here in Van Nuys. The 80-year-old U.S. citizen says he wasn't trying to intervene, simply get answers. That's when armed masked men turned their attention towards him, leaving him badly injured.
You can see my arm. They threw me on the floor. It's all black.
Rafi Shoehead shows us the injuries he sustained, including a dislocated elbow, after his business was raided by federal immigration officials last week. Surveillance video shows as the...
This makes me so mad. We watched this like twice this year, and it still makes me so fucking mad. It is so horrendous what this man was put through.
His business was raided by federal immigration officials last week. Surveillance video shows as the 80-year-old car wash owner gets shoved to the ground by a masked agent as he's running down a narrow hallway. Rafi says he didn't know what was going on, and when he came to the defense of one of his employees outside Valley Car Wash in Van Nuys, an unidentified officer pushes him back before throwing him to the ground as backup arrives.
They grabbed one of my guys, and I told him, hold on, most of these people, they have a paper, we have documentation here, and the only thing they said is, you don't F with the eyes, we are here. And they threw me on the floor, and 3 of them, they jumped on me and they were sitting on me.
Rafi says 5 of his employees were detained by ICE that Tuesday morning. He requested medical attention after being roughed up with a heart condition, but instead he was placed in handcuffs.
Making America safer by attacking the elderly business owners in their own places of business. Disgusting. Now, I'm fairly certain he's filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration right now. Or ICE, I can't remember who. One of the two. But meanwhile, ICE was taking its big-ass ad budget and buying ad space all over the country in places like Denver.
All right, Clara, thanks. You've probably seen them, might have seen them tonight. These commercials calling on law enforcement officials to ditch their jobs to go to work for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
These have been running nonstop. ICE is running ads hoping to attract police and deputies in Democratic cities, including Denver.
All right, investigative reporter Natalie Chuck in the studio tonight. These are getting quite a response here.
They are, and they are airing right here on Denver 7, you all. And the people at home, you all are noticing. We've gotten emails from many of you who have seen these ads and shared your opinions with us. These commercials are also airing on other local news stations here in Denver. And it's important for us to note that news and sales do operate independently. So the news department here at Denver 7 really has no say in the commercials that we play on our station. Now tonight, we are digging into how local law enforcement is reacting and if ICE's tactic is working.
Attention Denver law enforcement.
Right away, it does grab your attention.
To keep your family, your city safe.
But it's safe to say this is not your typical advertisement. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement targeting Denver's law enforcement agents, asking them to join ICE. In a matter of 30
Well, there you go. ICE buying ad time in Democrat-run cities, saying, stop keeping the city safe. Help us tackle immigrants in the streets. That would be better use of your time. And hey, did you know you can get a big-ass bonus? All right. Now, towards the end of September, a strange statue appeared out of nowhere. Outside of the Capitol. A gleaming, glinting, golden statue.
Also in the district, pop-up art is turning heads on the National Mall. It's a statue depicting the president and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, set up on the lawn near 3rd Street overnight. DC News Now's Marielle Carbone joining us live on the mall now. And Marielle, what are you learning about the people behind this?
Well, Annalisa, they're certainly out here trying to get people's attention. That's really the point of this. Now, this is not the first statue like this to pop up on the mall. In fact, the group behind it has popped up other ones like this going after the president. This specific one focusing in on that alleged relationship between the president and Epstein.
I'm on my way home, walking home from the doctor's office, and surprise!
At the National Mall, people stopping, staring, and snapping photos.
I think it's fantastic. I took some pictures. I'm sending them to my sister down in North Carolina.
The 12-foot-tall statue depicts the president and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein holding hands, along with a plaque that reads, "In honor of Friendship Month, we celebrate the long-lasting bond between President Donald J. Trump and his closest friend, Jeffrey Epstein."
It's entirely appropriate. Two of them are, bound at the hip.
Two other plaques include quotes from a birthday note allegedly written by the president to Epstein. The White House has denied the letter is legitimate.
The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter.
He does not know how to write, okay? I don't write letters, okay? I don't draw letters, and I don't write pictures, okay? I don't even know what a woman looks like. How do you draw a woman? What shape is a woman? No one knows. Impossible to draw. Impossible to write a woman or draw a letter. Can't do it. I am actually illiterate. What word? What? I can't read. I don't know how to write words. All right. Now let's go here to Tempe, Arizona. Or was it Phoenix? I can't remember. Wherever it was. Let's go to the 8-hour-long Charlie Kirk Memorial Service in Arizona, which was held near the end of September, like 3 weeks after his death.
Good morning, everybody. If you will, would you stand with us as we lift up the name of Jesus in this place? He's worthy of our song today. He's worthy of it. Come on, every voice. Oh,
he's so worthy. Oh, he's so worthy. Oh, God, he's the worthiest God. Oh, I as a human have determined who's the worthiest God, and it's our God. Oh, I'm here to remind everybody and by our God, of course, being the Christian God. I love this. They do like 8 hours, they do like 8 hours of like people just sitting in this fucking place, and like 3 hours is just garbage. Like, garbage. Christian rock, just like evangelical Christian rock of every possible variety that you can think of, and I guess there's at least 3 or 4. And it was incessant and unbearable, and I'm going to save us all from it. I just want to remind you of the vibes at this place. They were bad. They were not good. Yeah, 2 hours in. 2 hours in, this guy's still playing the fucking bagpipes over here for some reason. See what I'm saying? Like, this is literally 2 hours into the stream. Look, out of a 7.5-hour stream, we're here. We're here right now. This guy's still bagpiping. Let's get a piece of it. Oh, yeah. Top of the morning to ya. Top of the morning, Charlie. All right, 2 hours and 45 minutes of music. And then they started off with this lady. First person to actually
I was so
just
impressed that I invited him to come to our home.
Please welcome to the stage Rebecca Dunn.
You're right. Oh, Charlie Boy would have been much more fitting. Thank you. Thank you, Sasha. Oh, Charlie Boy. The pipes are calling. All right, Rebecca Dunn. The first speaker. Must be the most important. Whoopsies, what just happened? How did this happen?
Charlie Kirk was scheduled to speak at my husband's upcoming memorial.
Who is her husband? I'm trying to figure out who this lady is. Oh, she's a Turning Point USA donor. Oh my God. Oh, she is the most important speaker. She's worth about $100 million. A big ass Turning Point USA donor, apparently. That makes sense. She has her own 501c3 called the Rebecca Walter Dunn Fund. Oh, Charlie boy.
Instead, I am here speaking at Charlie's memorial. It means a lot to share my story. Almost 12 years ago,
So heartfelt.
I met this
So
bright
heartfelt.
young man.
It's so heartfelt from this honestly, I don't think she actually cared at all about Charlie. I think most people in Charlie's life didn't actually care about him. I'm fairly certain maybe Candace Owens cared about Charlie the most. But this lady, she's like, oh God, what am I going to do with all my money now? It's all parked in this. It's all parked. This woman literally, like, her money is like parked in the Turning Point USA, like, slush fund, the 501c3 here. Like, whatever. I don't know what portion of her money is parked here, but you would assume she has like millions of dollars parked in Turning Point's coffers, and she's wondering how that money is going to get used in this moment. That's what she's thinking to herself. God, really invested in the wrong horse. How many millions did I give Turning Points USA again? Better make the speech good. Who is this? Rebecca Dunn, a multi-millionaire Republican donor.
Where is your victory, O death? Where is your sting? Christ has overcome death.
They're all like trying to do their best, like, version of like a preacher, and it's all very off-putting. All right, I'm gonna skip Benny Good Johnson or whatever that fucking guy's name is. We're gonna skip Tulsi Gabbard, who was there for some reason. And we're gonna skip Marco Rubio, who for some reason was there. And we're gonna skip past RFK Jr., who was for some reason there. And who else are we gonna skip? We're going to skip Donald Trump Jr., who was also there for some reason. Actually, I buy him and Charlie being friends more than anybody else. Pete Hegseth, of course, also there. Where did Pete go? Pete, don't run away from me. There's Pete. Pete was here. He had a bunch of stuff to say that we're not gonna listen to. Even JD Vance, he was making words with his mouth. Of course, now everybody, you'll notice, most of the people, especially the Trump administration people, were behind this giant bulletproof glass enclosure, like political hamster. Now, one of the big speeches that everybody, of course, probably remembers some part of was this next one.
What? Come on.
Like, those are the vibes of this, right? Like, I don't feel like I'm being inappropriate. When you have this many sparklers, going on indoors for a funeral, it has nothing to do with sadness or sorrow or mourning, okay? Like, you can't give me the, I'm a grieving widow. Look at the 10 fucking pyrotechnics effects that we've got going on in front of the stage. This is non-performative sadness, everyone. Take this seriously. I don't care, Erica. I don't think you're legit. I also just don't care about your sadness, because I think you're a bad person. And it actually brings me happiness to see you sad. Brings me great happiness to see Republican tears, not gonna lie. You know, they've been crying, I can't wait to drink up the liberal tears. Well, I'm going to continue drinking Republican tears for the next 3 years. At every opportunity. Call me on it. Do it. Asaxia. Thank you, Asax1A. I don't know what that's supposed to say. Thank you for the follow. Why is the presidential seal on there? Because her sadness is of a presidential seriousness. That's why. And because they couldn't be bothered to change out the podium. All right? That's why. It's too much work. She's just as presidential as Donald Trump is. All right, let's go to a different gathering now. Not down in Arizona, but all the way up in New York at the United Nations General Assembly.
Please, order in the hall. Please, order in the hall. Please, order in the hall. order in the hall, and please be seated.
There you go. That was the vast majority of the United Nations General Assembly walking out on war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, who was only able to attend this particular meeting because it's in the United States. Fact is, I don't think in most United Nations, Benjamin Netanyahu, you know, like, yeah, God, this guy sucks. But this was nice to see people walking out on Benjamin Netanyahu at UNGA earlier this year. Now, amidst all of the turmoil and troubles in the United States, leftists were reaching out to one another, far and wide. People like Jennifer Welch and one Hassan Piker convening in LA.
Going great. Make sure you don't show your phone to. Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest in the building.
Whoops.
Everyone's favorite. The one half of the I've Had It ladies from the I've Had It podcast, Jennifer Welch in the building. We're having her on as a very special guest for the Fear Am podcast today. And I told her that it would be nice if she came earlier so we can have her on the stream. We're currently watching a Charlie Kirk and the Surge in Christian Nationalism. It's one of my favorite things is to watch like British people basically treat Americans like animals in the Serengeti.
Yeah.
Like they're doing like an anthropological study on how fucked up America is in general from afar.
Yeah.
And yeah, this guy's just going around the country talking to people. And this person that has a Jesus is King t-shirt was just talking about how, the Bible taught him to hate Islam and gay people. And I was talking about how annoyed I am that people just like can't openly admit their hateful opinions, and they have to like masquerade it. They have to hide it under like what the Bible taught you. Just say it with your chest, you know?
Well, I live around these people.
Yeah, oh yeah,
and
I know.
So, I was raised by atheists.
Look how much Kaya is loving the attention on stream right now. She's like, oh my God. Hassan is always playing with his microphone and his mouse. Never scratches me like this. So good.
In Oklahoma City. And so my whole entire childhood is fighting with these people. And these people tell me I'm going to hell, that my parents are going to hell. But it's fascinating when you have a European viewpoint on Bible Belt politics, because it's crazy and it's Iron Age and it's regressive. And what's so terrifying for me, Hassan, is what I lived around. The federal government, I thought, would always kind of protect. And now it's mainstream. I love her. I think her collar's too tight.
So funny. Jennifer's immediately doing puppy mom shit. I think her collar's too tight, Hassan. Like kind of momming Hassan simultaneously. Like momming the dog and Hassan. Like, Hassan, I think his collar is too tight. You almost forgot about the collar story? Oh, we're going to get to that. I actually can't remember when Kaya Gate actually began. So I'm just going based upon Taylor Lorenz's video on it. It's probably well after the fact, now that I think about it. But that's life. I'm not perfect. I've tried my best. All right. Now let's keep this moving. Oh God, I am like low energy right now. I need like a snack or something. I need to get my energy up. Try and crank out the rest of this stream right now. Let's see. Yeah, let's go to Spain. This was from September 28th. Horrifying video. Flash floods in Maria. Was it October 7th? Then I've actually got this in decent order right now. If this is September 28th and Kaya Gate is October 7th, I think I've got things in fairly decent order. Okay. Shit. Why did I have to refresh that just now? That was stupid. That was very stupid. Okay. Puppy treats for like how are we doing on time? 13 hours and 15 minutes. That's a long stream. Some say the very longest. Okay, it doesn't sound right when I say it like that. Let's go. What? What do I do here? I feel like I need to take a break and make food. Otherwise, I'm just not going to get through all this. I'll just make food at the break. It'll be fine. All right, moving from Spain. Now back to the United States. This was an epic moment on the streets of Chicago here at the end of September. There we go. There was a moment I'm fairly certain most of us remember. One man skirting ICE agents with incredible deftness and speed and agility, making those ICE agents look extra out of shape. All right, now let's go here. This was not long after that, the very end of September. It was announced by the Super Bowl that one man had been picked to play the Super Bowl halftime show.
That was the NFL's way of making it very official that Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny will headline the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. Big deal. That move has drawn the ire, though, of some conservatives online. Many are attacking Bad Bunny over his criticism of ICE and President Trump, as well as most of his songs not being performed in English. We're going to get some clarification on that,
Not
as well as larger pop
criticisms.
culture and political fault lines.
Oh, how dare he with the criticisms. Republican brains exploded when the Super Bowl chose Bad Bunny. Republicans felt canceled all over again for not being recognized for their existence by getting, I don't know who exactly they wanted to be headlining Super Bowl. Aerosmith or something, I guess some sort of dad rock. I don't know. I don't know what they wanted, but I know this. Bad Bunny made all the Republicans very upset. I guess they could have gotten Kiss to play. That would have been good for them. But yeah. Although it's not actually, I thought I heard something about Bad Bunny maybe not playing the Super Bowl. So it's actually not clear to me at this point who is playing the Super Bowl. If it is going to be Bad Bunny. I have not kept, I'll be honest, I have not kept my eye on the ball with this particular story. Okay, let's go to this. Well, we're going to be starting the month of October here now. With a very sad story that I'm sure some of you at least remember. October 1st. The death of Jane Goodall felt round the world. This clip we're about to watch was her final message to the world. Recorded by Netflix.
In the place where I am now, I look back over my life. I look back at the world I've left behind. What message do I want to leave? I want to make sure that you all understand that each and every one of you has a role to play. You may not know it, you may not find it, but your life matters, and you are here for a reason. And I just hope that that reason will become apparent as you live through your life. I want you to know that whether or not you find that role that you're supposed to play, your life does matter, and that every single day you live, you make a difference in the world. And you get to choose the difference that you make. I want you to understand that we are part of the natural world. And even today, where the planet is dark, there still is hope. Don't lose hope. If you lose hope, you become apathetic and do nothing. And if you want to save what is still beautiful in this world, if you want to save the planet for the future generations, your grandchildren, their grandchildren, then think about the actions you take each day, because multiplied a million, a billion times, even small actions will make for great change. I just hope that you understand that this life on planet Earth isn't the end. I believe, and now I know, that there is life beyond death, that consciousness survives. I can't tell you from where I am secrets that are not mine to share. I can't tell you what you will find when you leave planet Earth. But I want you to know that your life on planet Earth will make some difference in the kind of life that you find after you die. Above all, I want you to think about the fact that we are part, when we're on planet Earth, we are part of Mother Nature. We depend on Mother Nature for clean air, for water, for food, for clothing, for everything. And as we destroy one ecosystem after another, as we create worse climate change, worse loss of diversity, we have to do everything in our power to make the world a better place for the children alive today and for those that will follow. You have it in your power to make a difference. Don't give up. There is a future for you. Do your best while you're still on this beautiful planet Earth that I look down upon from where I am now. God bless you all.
There you go. The words of Jane Goodall. She basically said, never give up, never surrender. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. I'm not gelling, but that's basically the vibes. Do not go gentle into that good night, my dear space fams. All right, we are 13 and a half freaking hours into this here stream, which means we got to take another quick galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right. Well, that's it for the whatever half that was. We've made it a long way, Space Fams. You know what? Screw it. I think you all know the ways in which you have to donate to the stream. I need to make myself some food so I can get through the rest of the stream. So grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. I don't know if you can hear that beeping, but the break is coming to an end, and the stream is about to begin once again. I'm just finishing making my food. It'll be done in like 30 seconds, hopefully. All right. So sorry, Space Fams. I feel terrible. I'm just so hungry. I really need food right now. You know, sitting here talking for 14 hours actually takes it out of a guy, as it turns out. I need replenishment of my energy. I need the energies. All right, Space Fams, we're back. We still got a hell of a lot for us to cover here tonight somehow. Shockingly, we're just going to keep on plowing through it. I feel like we lost a lot of people to sleep. Like a lot of people just fell asleep. This is that hour tends to be. All right. Well, we last left off talking about the death of Jane Goodall earlier this year. It's only a few months ago. Now, let's go to some of the activities in the Caribbean the United States has been partaking in this year. This was not long after that, after the death of Jane, this was going on. October 3rd, 2 days later. There you go. Posted to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth on X. So proud of his war crimes, that Pete. All right, let's go to talking about the environment for a little bit. Some troubling data on glacier Shrinkage, recession, led, well, not led, but brought some disturbing, disturbing stuff to light. All right, I actually need to eat this food. I can barely think thoughts right now. Let's go here to Switzerland and talk glaciers while I try and put food in my mouth. Oh my god, I'm starving.
We are just looking back to 1 decade of extreme ice loss in Switzerland. Since the year of 2015, in 10 years, we have lost 1/4 of the total ice volume. This is more than ever, and it's just made up of a suite of extreme years, going with this acceleration of glacial melting that we have observed recently. Glaciers are clearly retreating because of anthropogenic global warming. This is the main cause for the acceleration we are seeing in the last years. Temperatures are going up, melting is increasing. Snow cover variations in winter can modify the situation in individual years, but the trend is clearly driven by the warming.
There we go. An incredibly disturbing trend in the Swiss glaciers. 25% loss. 25% loss in glaciers. Glacier size here in Switzerland. In 10 years, that's it. 2015, 2025, 25% loss. And we were losing glacier size before that, right? People were talking about global warming in the 90s and before that too. And this is just a representation of what's happened in the last decade. It is a disturbing trend. It's nearly 3% per year. That is a disturbing ticking clock. All right, now let's go to Asia. Of course, Asia was battered by storms all year. Just utter devastation over and over again. Typhoons, cyclones. It was honestly kind of horrifying to watch, and we're not going to be able to cover them all. But here's at least one of them in Vietnam. This happened in early October, October 6th. Is when this footage was filmed. Jesus Christ. In the capital, Hanoi, dozens of cars and motorbikes were left stranded. And residents pushed through water as drains overflowed. City streets turned into lakes. More than a month's worth of rain fell in Hanoi in just 24 hours, with even higher totals recorded to the north. Matmo is the second typhoon to cause serious flooding in the last week, making matters worse. While the storm has passed, rivers remain swollen and communities are still cut off by floodwaters. What is happening?
Sáng nay, Sư đoàn Không quân 371 đã điều trực thăng để tiếp tế lương thực, thực phẩm cho các hộ dân bị
cả là ở các ngõ phố nhỏ có địa hình thấp trũng. Tại một ngõ.
These pictures are horrifying. And if I recall correctly, Vietnam got hit by count them, 3 storms in a row. They were talking about this was the second storm. I forgot there was a third storm after this that hit, if I'm not mistaken. Look at this. Everyone's home is just in standing water now.
Sáng nay, Sư đoàn Không quân 371 đã điều trực thăng để tiếp tế lương thực, thực phẩm cho các hộ dân bị
cả là ở các ngõ phố nhỏ có địa hình thấp trũng, như tại một ngõ phố.
Đến nay, toàn tỉnh có 6 người chết và mất tích, một số người bị thương, nhiều khu vực bị chia cắt, cô lập, gây khó khăn cho công tác tiếp cận.
Giữa lúc nguy cấp, các lực lượng đã kịp thời tiếp cận ngôi nhà bị cô lập và đưa gia đình bà ra khỏi vùng nguy hiểm.
Cảm ơn các chú bộ đội tuyệt vời luôn, luôn cứu trợ cho các cô kịp thời.
Nước lũ vẫn không ngừng dâng, dòng chảy.
You know, the last 2 years, we've seen too many images like this. If it's not on fire, it's underwater. That is true. It is a galactic copyrighted phrase, which is always fair use. 100%, Carl. You're onto something. You're thinking over there. You are thinking. Okay. Now, around the exact same time, India, Pakistan, especially the Punjab and Darjeeling regions were getting utterly pummeled. Monsoon rains went on weeks, over a month longer than expected, causing serious devastation to crops. As the Punjab region, of course, is the breadbasket for this region, and most of the crops were just completely lost due to flooding. And just flooding, I mean, to some degree, the flooding is expected. What is expected to stop, and it did not stop, and it just kept going and going and going for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Kathmandu residents waddled in waist-high water as the Nepalese capital grappled with widespread flooding. Major highways surrounding the city were shut down by authorities after water levels rose drastically over the weekend.
The water was very low until Friday, but now it has breached the embankment and it's still raining. We have been alerted about the possibility of flooding.
While no major damage or casualties were reported in the capital, the eastern mountain district of Ilam bore the brunt of the damage. Their entire villages were swept away by landslides, killing dozens of people and destroying vital infrastructure. Ongoing rainfall was also hampering efforts to reach these remote areas, forcing the government to dispatch the military as well as helicopters.
Oh, God, thirsty. All right, so yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. We talked about it throughout the year, of course, and the last few months. But the last few months were utterly devastating. In Asia, flooding happening all over. You talked, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Sri Lanka. We saw flooding in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken, and in Nepal here, in India, and Pakistan, Bangladesh. Southeast Asia was utterly blasted by storms this year. All right, now let's go to one big story of the year. one which captivated the online attention, perhaps in ways never before seen.
So everyone right now is up in arms thinking that. So everyone right now is up in arms thinking that Hassan shocked his dog.
You could see him reach over, hits the thing, the dog fucking yelps.
Initially, even Hassan's community was starting to question, did he just shock Kaya? Did he just use a shock collar on stream?
He zaps the poor little dog for getting up, and then he says, "Why'd you make me do that?"
So what did he just do to that dog?
Today, I want to talk about something that's been all over my feed lately and has been driving me absolutely crazy. For the past week, the internet has been dominated by the conspiracy theory that Twitch streamer Hassan Piker abused his dog using a shock collar during a Twitch live stream. There is, to be clear, zero evidence that his dog Kaya was even wearing a shock collar during that live stream. Kaya is pictured wearing a canvas collar with a little AirTag holder in it in the original clip, where she yelped once after seemingly catching her nail on the dog bed. This led to a bunch of internet-pilled psychos crawling through hours and hours and hours of footage claiming that Piker secretly abuses his dog. Their evidence of this is not even the footage where Kaya yelps. It's that in totally different clips where she doesn't even appear to be in distress at all, she's wearing a collar with a small green light on it. Piker showed this collar on stream. It's an electronic vibration collar with zero shock capabilities. Attempting to debunk this conspiracy that Hassan abuses his dog, however, has become largely impossible. First of all, you can't prove a negative, which everyone pushing this crazy conspiracy theory, by the way, actually knows. It would be like asking me to prove that I've never punched someone. Again, you can't prove a negative. After Hassan revealed the vibration collar on stream, bad actors attempted to leverage the fact that he put a small piece of tape on the back to conceal his phone number, which is like written in Sharpie on the back of the little vibration box, as evidence that he somehow secretly modified and soldered down shock collar prongs. Something that would basically be like impossible to do, like impossible. I'll pause here to say that I've met Kaya IRL. I have never seen her in a shock collar. I've spoken to people who have walked Kaya, babysit Kaya, probably spent hundreds of hours with this dog. And according to everyone I spoke to, in 0 instances has she ever been abused. Not a single guest on Piker's Twitch stream in the years and years and years that he's had Kaya has said that they've ever seen Piker mistreat Kaya.
It's not a shock collar. I've seen that collar. I've used that collar before. I've babysat that dog.
And the only reason more influencers aren't speaking out publicly is because the people perpetuating this vicious harassment campaign are threatening them into silence. Big-time influencers are having their brand deals jeopardized and facing serious business consequences for even suggesting that they might publicly come out in support of Hassan. It's actually happening on a scale that I have never seen before. Multiple journalists in group chats, by the way, I've been talking to people have wanted to report out this story, but other influencers are so scared of the harassment and abuse that they might get that they don't even want to speak on the record with their name. And yes, I know also, by the way, that making this video will definitely just put a target on my back, but I don't care because the people perpetuating these conspiracy theories already hate me. Everyone who spends any modicum of time with Hassan knows how much he loves that dog. Kaya is one of the most pampered and spoiled dogs in Los Angeles. Who knows why Kaya yelped that one day, but she is literally a dog. I grew up with dogs, multiple dogs, that worked as therapy dogs actually in hospitals. And sometimes if a dog steps on their foot or catches their nail wrong or something or just gets startled, they'll yelp. Kaya's also literally only yelped like that once, in all of Hassan's years of streaming. It's not like this is some regular thing. And also what's crazy to me too is shock collars, which are commonly used in dog training. They're not like tasers. They usually give a crawling sensation on a dog's skin. But the idea that Piker is somehow secretly abusing his dog and shocking Kaya until she's in pain repeatedly is just completely made up in people's heads. This is a dog that lives a life, I guarantee.
This is ridiculous!
Fuck me. Oh, God, I'm so tired. I am not doing good. I'm not doing good. What I was going to say is that everybody who was blaming, not blaming Hassan, but like doing this, like they were click farming. They were click farming. They were looking for views. They knew that Hassan's name generates clicks, and that especially something like this, because so many people don't like Hassan. While there's millions of people who love Hassan, there's millions of people who hate Hassan. So you can get all those hate views on top of the regular views. And people knew it. They knew it was a monetizable event that happened on the internet. They saw it. They seized on it. Most of these people who did it, I don't think, actually believed what they were saying. They just saw this as an opportunity to gain clout, gain subscribers, clicks, views, whatever it might be. Everybody knew this. Or at least I feel like most people knew this. Maybe not everybody did, but I feel like, generally speaking, I think it's pretty obvious. Like everybody, people like Ethan Klein, his audience, Destiny's audience, they're just sitting around looking for something to bring to their dear leader. And be like, look, Hassan has been a bad boy. I am good. I am good now. You know, like Destiny and E. Klein orbiter type people, you know, they're just sitting around just like looking for something to bring. All right, now let's go to this. We covered this story live on Twitch. All throughout. That is, of course, the Gaza flotilla.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Narmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in San Francisco.
Global condemnation is mounting as hundreds of international activists remain in Israeli prison days after Israel's military raided and captured dozens of boats on the global Samud flotilla. The flotilla set sail in late August in an effort to break Israel's siege and starvation campaign in Gaza. Reuters reports at least 170 flotilla activists of the more than 450 arrested have been deported from Israel. Many have described torture and mistreatment in Israeli custody. The Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, who is reportedly being deported from Israel to Greece today, told Swedish officials she was being held in a cell infested with bed bugs and deprived of food and water. The Turkish activist Ersin Çelik told Anadolu news agency, that Greta had been, quote, dragged by her hair before our eyes, beat her and forced her to kiss the Israeli flag. They did everything imaginable to her as a warning to others, he said. This is Spanish activist Nestor Prieto, as he arrived back in Madrid Sunday with a group of activists deported from Israel.
A
75-year-old colleague was asking for insulin for 3 days, and officers said they didn't have medicine for animals at jail. Another Mexican colleague was asking for medicines for a cardiac disease, saying it was urgent, and they said it would only be urgent when her heart stopped.
The flotilla members were greeted with cheers at the Madrid airport. This is the Dutch-Palestinian activist Marco Tesch, who was also deported to Spain over the weekend.
They are not giving any medical support to the prisoners there. The people has been kidnapped from international water, and Israel is mistreating everyone, but especially the people with Arabic or Muslim background. Me, myself, I'm from Palestinian origin. I was mistreated the first day. I was almost like I couldn't breathe anymore because they got something on my face and they tied my hand to the back.
This comes as CBS News reports Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu directly approved Israeli military strikes on at least 2 flotilla vessels last month, when, according to 2 U.S. intelligence officials speaking anonymously, Israeli forces launched drones from a submarine and dropped incendiary devices onto the boats that were anchored off Tunisia's port of Sidi Bou Said, prompting a fire. International experts have denounced Israel's attacks on the flotilla and its civilian passengers as a war crime. For more, we go to London, where we're joined by Kieran Andrieu, a British-Palestinian journalist with Novara Media who was on board.
Okay. I'm sure many of you remember watching this all live with us on Twitch. I mean, I was streaming constantly, as much as I could, the Gaza aid flotilla. We were really keeping up hope till the very last minute that they would break the blockade. You know, Italy and who was it? Spain, like, sent naval vessels out there. You're thinking, oh, maybe this is it. Maybe they're gonna get there. Nope. Never happened. Sadly, but truly. All right. Now, about, I want to say like 3 or 4 days later, Donald Trump was declaring peace in the Middle East. Or maybe a little longer. I can't remember the exact timing of this. I don't have the dates in front of me, but I know that they're very close. Donald Trump declared peace in all of the Middle East, went to Egypt for a summit with a bunch of world leaders.
Kindly be seated. In the name of God, the gracious, the most merciful. President Donald Trump's efforts, I would like to declare before the august attendees Egypt's decree to decorate His Excellency with the Order of the Nile, the highest state honor among Egyptian decorations. It is awarded to heads of states and to those who render great services to humankind. Thank you all. Now I invite the honorable guest to deliver his speech. Excellency President Trump, kindly proceed. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and that was a great honor. I appreciate it very much, Mr. President. Mr. General, Mr. President, great General, great President, thank you very much.
Mr. President General.
This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. They have done things over the last month that I think were really unthinkable. Nobody thought this could happen. With the historic agreement we've just signed, those prayers of millions have finally been answered. As you know, the hostages have been returned, and further work goes on having to do with the, sadly to say, bodies. Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there. I want to congratulate everybody.
And now we're there.
Sitting in these first few rows and standing behind.
Congratulations to everybody here witnessing this great event that I made happen. Everybody said it was impossible, but I made it happen immediately. Peace in the Middle East. It's all done. No more war.
I don't know why they chose to stand, but I promise I'll make it short, okay? We are not going to keep you standing for long. These are great leaders. After years of suffering,
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The war in Gaza is over. Humanitarian aid is now pouring in, including hundreds of truckloads of food, medical equipment and other supplies, much of it paid for by people in this room. Civilians are returning to their homes. The hostages are reuniting. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm just watching it backstage.
Really great. It's really great. We got peace in the Middle East. Palestinians have everything they need now. So much aid is in the Palestinian place, whatever it's called. The Trump, Gaza. So much food that they literally don't know what to do with it. It's basically filled with food. There's more food than there are people in Gaza. Of course, that's a fucking lie. Donald Trump talked for like a half an hour. So we're just going to skip through some of this.
Well, he's not here, but he's here in spirit. I can tell you that. And he's been another one. He's been absolutely incredible, and we appreciate it very much. And His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan. And thank you very much, King Abdul of Jordan. He's here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you really have been a great helper. We appreciate it.
There he is. I found him.
Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan. And also, I have to say, my favorite field marshal from Pakistan, who's not here, but the Prime Minister is here, and you're going to give his regards. Where are you? There you go. Thank you very much. Do you want to say what you said to me the other day? I mean, come. Would you like to say what you said the other day? I think it was so nice. Please.
Thank you very much, my dear President Trump, my dear brother President Fadil Sisi of Egypt, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum.
There was such an unprecedented level of obsequiousness at this fake peace summit in Egypt. It was honestly one of the most like farcical events of the year. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you remember, but we watched this whole thing live together. I had just gotten done doing a stream, and then it was announced that there was peace. There was gonna be peace in the Middle East. I was like, what? There's peace in the Middle East? Okay. I guess I won't go to bed and I'll just stream this. And it was so nonsensical. Of course, no peace has actually been achieved. Israel has murdered hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people since this day in the middle of October. They have not been pouring aid. In fact, they have been blocking most of the aid. Most of the most necessary aid is just not going in at all. So, no peace yet. Israel also has struck Lebanon twice since then, and Syria once. Right? Syria? I'm trying to remember. They've been up to all their old. They have changed nothing. They have changed absolutely nothing since the peace summit. The only people who seem to have stuck to the fucking ceasefire is Hamas. All right, now let's go back to talking about the Caribbean briefly, because a very strange happening occurred amidst all of this stuff going on, and that would be the sudden resignation of the U.S. Navy Admiral, Admiral Halsey, I think was his name. Yeah.
New this morning, the military commander overseeing the Pentagon's escalating attacks on boats off Venezuela's coast, that he is retiring. This is barely a year into his time in that role. And one source tells CNN that tensions had been simmering for weeks between Admiral Alvin Halsey and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and that Hegseth did not believe the admiral was moving aggressively enough to take on and target alleged drug traffickers in the Caribbean. There have been at least 6 U.S. strikes on boats, alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. The latest one disclosed just yesterday. Some of the crew on board that boat are believed to have survived that strike. Also this week, President Trump confirmed that he is now authorizing the CIA to operate covertly inside of Venezuela, linked to all of this. But he did stop short of saying that the intent is regime change. Venezuela's president disagrees.
Hamas? Never before had any previous government, since the CIA has existed, publicly said that it was sending the CIA to kill, to overthrow, and to destroy countries.
Joining me right now is CNN senior military analyst.
Okay, there we go. Oh wait, was the screen off that whole time? Did nobody notice? Nobody's complaining about not seeing the video. Oh, now Carl's complaining. Now Carl's complaining. Now that I'm done with that clip. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. That was a sudden audio podcast moment for you. I also got the YouTube channel back in 25. That's true. We also lost it in 25. But suffice to say, at least we're still on YouTube going into 2026. I think that's the important part of everything right now. Yeah. So, there we go. Admiral Halsey resigning only 1 year into his term as admiral, something which you would assume he worked his entire life to get to, and then suddenly quitting while war crimes are being committed in the Caribbean. I think we all know why this dude quit. And we watched his resignation, his actual, like, official resignation, his, like, swearing out ceremony the other week. I think it's pretty clear why this guy is no longer serving in the Navy right now. All right. Now, around the same time this happened at the Capitol, people just sort of minding their business, walking through the halls.
Mr. Leader, any comment on the defense appropriations bill, sir?
Go here. I don't know where. Excuse me, Senator? My name is Stella. I want to ask, do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
That man should not be in office. I hate to say it, but that guy should not be in charge of anything. Not even his own diapers. I think this guy is, I mean, he clearly needs help. The fact that he's still, like, if there was a Biden situation, then what's going on with McConnell? You know, like, remember how Republicans were, like, talking about, oh, Sleepy Joe, he's a puppet, the auto pen. What? Where are all the calls for this guy? Like, you know, like, oh, Mitch McConnell literally can't walk down the hall without like, without crumpling into a pile of mush. Who's pulling his strings, huh? Who's the puppet master here? It's not, I know it's not Mitch. That guy is out to lunch. In fact, he can't even find the restaurant. He's just been looking for the restaurant. He needs to be guided to the restaurant by at least 2 aides. Not running the government. All right, now let's go to some capable people. Great patriots, if you will. Great patriots. One particular patriot is in mind.
The Portland anti-ICE protester seen wearing an inflatable frog suit
who has been popping up all over the internet, has claimed to be harmlessly protesting, with humor. But now a new report has revealed the protester under the costume to be a self-described proud Antifa terrorist. Here's everything you need to know. What became known online as the poor frog has recently...
I forgot about this. Okay, so this is the New York Post pretending that this guy is an actual terrorist. He never said he's a terrorist. But, you know, New York Post Republicans were insistent that the frog was a terrorist. They were so, so upset over the existence of this frog. Oh boy, they were very upset. How dare this frog make a mockery of the great federal agency known as ICE? It's incredibly rude for an amphibian to do such a thing. But I have this prepared for you. Maybe many of you haven't seen it, because I didn't have a YouTube channel to post it to. It is on the Patreon, but a lot of people aren't in the Patreon. We watched it on Twitch one time, I think. But, wait, is this the right one? This is the wrong one. Hold on. Hold, please hold. Please hold. Oh, right. Is it P? Is this P? Where is it? Where did I put it? Where is it? Dude! Where? I guess I can just pull it up from the Patreon. I'm going to take it up from the Patreon. It's taking too long to find this file. I could have sworn it was labeled properly in my drive, but I can't find it anywhere. What the hell happened to this? That's super weird. Okay. That's fine. I am fine with that. So I have the file somewhere else. Oh, you motherfucker. There we go. Wow, that took the longest time. I see, because it loads the whole page at once. I guess that makes sense. Ooh, I know a way I could find this faster. Why did I not do this? I should have just done this from the beginning. Sort by date. Wait, that's not it, though. Where's the actual copy of this? That's wild. Okay, fine. Oh, wait. Was it titled this? Hold on. Wait. Fuck it. I've already got it. I've already got it right here. All right. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves, everyone, for a cinematic experience. This galactic documentary exclusive.
Hey, this is the one that they created. Oh, He's laughing. He's laughing. It's gonna get serious. Oh, yeah, it's gonna get serious.
what happened was DHS came out and they were being really aggressive with us and ended up shoving a comrade and detaining that comrade, and in that process a lot of us got shoved back, and one of the comrades I noticed fell, and I went to go grab them and pick them up so they didn't also get detained or further hurt. And in that process I got maced in the air vent, and essentially I just kind of coughed a little, noticed a small hint of peppermint, and just continued to be in my frog costume after that for about another hour. I'd say I'm doing well, I'm doing fine. It wasn't as bad as it looks, although quite immature and unnecessary and really excessive. But I think I'm doing okay for the most part.
What they said.
Kind of to showcase the absurdity of what ICE is doing, you know, be in stark contrast to, you know, the violent rhetoric that's going around that President Trump is trying to put out as a narrative that, you know, we're violent. We're not violent. And what better way to show that we're not violent than to be in a freaking frog costume? And somebody fell in the process, and I was in the process of helping that comrade up. It's in the video. And the ICE agent, DHS agent, I should say, got behind me and sprayed into my air vent. To be honest, I had a headache for a while. There are better ways to handle, you know, someone in a frog suit other than spraying them. You know, I was moving back. They were shoving me and I was moving back, so there wasn't really a need to mace my air vent. I think it's great. I think it's it shows that we're not violent.
What kind of suit are you wearing, Seth?
It's an inflatable frog suit.
And what brought you out to the protest to begin with?
To begin with, I personally, as part of the Mexican community, Latino community, I don't like seeing my neighbors, my community members, my family being kidnapped essentially and being disappeared without due process, and then being sent to different places around the world without any due process to it. And it's kind of ridiculous that they're being so aggressive and so inhumane with their treatment of immigrants.
Ridiculous!
And that's why I'm here. I'm here protesting the inhumane way that ICE and DHS is treating our immigrants. Whether they're here legally or not, they should be treated as a human being, because that's what they are. That's what we are. We are humans, and we are not supposed to be treating other people unfairly just because we have the power to do so. To have that power, you should be even more careful with how you treat people, because
I love how they try to frame this guy as being a fucking terrorist. This guy a terrorist? Can't we just treat everybody like human beings? Oh yeah, it sounds like a real terrorist.
have that much power, and it comes with a lot of responsibility. I've obviously started a movement of people showing up looking ridiculous, which is the exact point, is to show how the narrative that's being pushed with how we are violent extremists is completely ridiculous. Nothing about this screams extremist and violent, so it's just a ridiculous narrative that the Trump administration wants to put out so they can continue their fascist dictatorship.
We're outside of the ICE facility in South Portland this Saturday, where the crowds have actually been very big this afternoon, throughout the entire afternoon. Right now, things are very light-hearted. We have a lot of people in inflatable costumes. You look over there, there's some new characters that we haven't seen over the past few days. People say this is kind of in an effort to poke fun of the fact that Portland is being called a war zone. Now, I want to take you over here. Over here is where they've actually been handing out, these two got some of the costumes, but they're actually handing out those inflatable costumes for free. And I'm here with Brooks, who actually put this all together.
I'm one of the people who did. Also, a couple other friends of mine, like Kid, who doesn't want to be on stream.
Why are you doing this today?
Well, so a few days ago, we were watching as ICE was been saying that there's all these violent Antifa nutcases and everyone attacking all this violence. And we've been here. There is not. It's almost comically, like, it's one of the most, like, lame, peaceful protests. Everyone's nice. They're yelling and all that. And so we came out with a few after we saw Frogman. We're like, everyone should be in these. It deflates the situation, not intending a pun, but it makes sure that everyone kind of knows this is, we're here to make a statement, and that there is no reason to fear these people or be afraid, but you should be aware this is the message, and that should be the center, not the lies about people being violent or all this other garbage.
What do you think of the movement? It seems like more and more people have been coming out here every day.
Well, it's as people start realizing that there's a real statement to be made here and that they're able to do it in a way that's safe and not terrifying, because that's one of the reasons that they're trying to demonize Antifa, is to stop people from coming out. And as people see it safer and safer, and that they're literally dancing to music in the street like an animal rave.
I'd like to say something too. So I thought it was going to be scary. And then when I got down here, they were literally feeding me. They were literally helping me out. Like, they were making sure I had water, making sure that I was hydrated. So these people support each other, and they're out here to show some love towards all the race, because that's what America's about, you know? We're all immigrants, if you really think about it. That's where we come from.
All right, and why?
I'm wearing the costume because I'm going to support the love of the people. I'm going to support all of them because I feel like it's important. It's culture.
Right, fair enough. All right, thank you. And so, right, you can see across, this is directly across the street from the ICE facility called Operation Inflation. And did you guys raise money to buy these?
Yeah, well, we're both streamers, and we were talking to our audience one night, and they were like, oh, I'd love to throw money, because it's like $35 on Amazon to buy one of these. And so we're like, sure. And then they started throwing more and more and more, and it's kind of become accidentally a full-time job. But you know, it's our part of what we can do. Because again, the whole point is it deflates things. It makes this about the protest first and foremost. We had police here yesterday we were talking about with 2 days ago, and they were like, the best part is they see people in these are like, those people aren't threats. If you've ever tried to run away in one of these things, you cannot run. These are not like acrobatics. So it makes everything just kind of relax a little bit and actually still makes the statement front and center.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you so much. Now, let's go over here. I want to take you guys across the street where you can see people. We've got some more characters over here as well. So you guys are all dancing? I do want to point out, we saw that camp has been up here for a while, a couple of weeks, but that was taken down when the yellow caution tape was put up for Homeland Security Secretary Christie Nones visit. That has since looked like it is coming back now. And here's a famous frog that we've been seeing a lot over here. Oh, we're seeing some sort of interaction right behind us.
There you go. Oh, you can't take that one.
They're shooting.
I know.
Oh my God! There's the gas, baby. There's the gas. Gas, gas. Do not go in the direction of the bubbles. Don't follow the gas. They're perpendicular bombing.
Weak.
Well, fuck the bubbles. Now it's just the gas. Gas is going up the hill. Walk towards those apartments right over there. Over there, that's the right direction.
This is not about me. This is not about any of the protesters out here. Let the vehicular traffic flow.
There you go, people. Galactic exclusive edit that you were all missing, or at least many of you were probably missing. Those of you who are not on the Patreon. We watched it one time while we were stuck on Twitch. I edited that, hoping that maybe we'd get back on YouTube, be able to, put it up there when it was still most relevant. Put a lot of work into that edit, honestly. Made me sad that I couldn't share it to all the YouTube peeps who weren't on the Patreon. But one man had different social media goals, posting this insane video to his account around the same time all of this was going on. Be like the Portland frog. Be like the Portland frog. Yes, exactly. Bad Lefty gets it. Bad Lefty gets it. There we go. Republicans posting all sorts of ridiculous shit, including Donald Trump here mid-October of this year. Honestly, this moment felt like so long ago, like the poop gate, poop plane gate, whatever you want to call this moment. It felt like it was like so fucking long ago, and yet it was literally like October 18th. It was like oh god, it was like 2.5 months ago. All right, let's keep going through this. You forgot about this video and you could have kept forgetting about it. Well, I'm sorry. We have to get through all of the big things that happened this year, and that was certainly, that was in the news for quite some time. We were all talking about it. It captivated pretty much, including myself, all of us. Let's be real. At least for a period. It was gross, but it was so horrifying and deranged.
A January 6th rioter
hard to
who
look away
received
from
one of the president's pardons is now charged with allegedly threatening to kill Hakeem Jeffries. Authorities say Christopher Moynihan, seen here in the Senate chamber during the attack, sent text messages to an anonymous source that said, quote, "Hakeem Jeffries makes a speech in a few days in New York City. I can't allow this terrorist to live. Even if I'm hated, he must be eliminated. And I will kill him for the future." That anonymous person then tipped off the FBI. In a statement, the House Minority Leader criticized the blanket pardon that Trump gave to the January 6th defendants and said acts of violence will not stop us from showing up, standing up, and speaking up for the American people. First of all, this is scary.
Well, there we go. One of the Jan 6th rioters who were pardoned by Donald Trump made a death threat against Hakeem Jeffries. Another felony. And then, I think, if I recall, was it this situation? I can't remember if it was this situation. But I think it was. I think some people got fired at the DOJ for trying to follow up on this crime. I could have sworn, but it might have been something else. I could have sworn some people at the DOJ were like fired from their jobs from trying to actually hold that Jan 6 rioter accountable. Now, as the month progressed, the planned demolition, 15 hours, yes, 15 hours, 14 hours And 42 minutes and 32 seconds. We had to end the YouTube stream and then restart it. Otherwise, we would have lost content over on YouTube. Although I am tempted making the second half members only once it posts. Just to, you know, if people really want to watch both, I might do it. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Just to get those membies up. You won't be spending any time defending Jeffries. No, we're not here to defend Jeffries, but it is quite a fascinating situation, legally speaking, considering that guy just got pardoned by Donald Trump. And that, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain somebody at the DOJ lost their job for trying to actually file charges against the guy. Like, what? You want to, what? Don't make me pardon him again, okay? You're fired. You're fired, okay? The rest of the contestants are clearly doing much better than you. And you can't even come up with a decent proposal. So you're fired. Sorry. I said apprentice, and I started thinking apprentice. Okay, let's go here to this horrifying story that came to life before our eyes back in October.
This morning, demolition day at the White House. Crews tearing down walls as construction for President Trump's 90,000 square foot ballroom ramps up. The president once promised the project would not interfere with the current structure of the White House.
It won't interfere with the current building. It'll be near it, but not touching it. And pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite.
But bulldozers ripped away portions of the East Wing yesterday. The president hosting an event inside the White House, acknowledging the nearby demolition.
Right on the other side, you have a lot of construction going on, which you might hear periodically.
Constructed in 1902, the East Wing houses the office of the First Lady, as well as the visitor's entrance where the public can begin tours of the executive mansion.
She doesn't need that. She doesn't even know how to read. She doesn't need an office.
Expected to cost $250 million, the ballroom will be larger than the White House residence itself and able to hold nearly 1,000 people. President Trump insisting it's entirely funded through private donations. The president claiming, without providing any evidence, that he's paying for some of it himself. But Democrats are slamming the ballroom's construction amid a 3-week government shutdown and calling for President Trump to stop.
He should stop the wreckage of the White House, creating this Marie Antoinette ballroom for the billionaires and the CEOs and for all of his friends.
Yeah, there we were, late October. And we watched history crumble before our eyes. The entire East Wing demolished. No longer in existence. Is gone. Who needed it anyways? It was stupid. All right. Now, speaking of government expenditures, Christy, puppy killer gnome, R.I.P. Cricket. R.I.P. Cricket, as always. You beautiful angel, you. You died too soon. Christy had some things to answer for regarding a purchase. A big purchase.
These aircraft are Coast Guard aircraft to replace 25-year-old airplanes that are necessary for the mission of the Coast Guard. Congress appropriated the dollars and paid for them in the big, beautiful bill, and we're grateful that we're able to move forward and make sure that Force Design 2028 for the Coast Guard is mission fulfilled and they can continue to serve our country, not just in a search and rescue mission, but also cooperating with our Department of War. And they're helping us in incredible ways with drug interdiction.
Why the hell do we need a Gulf Stream? Actually, not a Gulf Stream. Why do we need multiple Gulf? I think she bought 3 Gulf Stream. Why do we need 3 Gulf Stream jets, Christy? Can you explain that to me? What? Why do you need luxury private jets? for drug interdiction. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make, when you think about it for like a half a second, it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Bringing these cartels to justice as well. Yes.
Oh, the cartels, right. What do you figure they're using those jet streams for, huh? Woman is out of control. She has been spending taxpayer money like it is a no-limit credit card and daddy is paying at the end of the month. She got the black label. She got the black card and she is going to town. Oh, Christy's been going to town. Now, ICE went to the city. That city being, of course, New York City. At this time in October. As the month was wrapping up. And they descended upon Canal Street, thinking they would have no resistance. They'd be able to snatch up a bunch of people selling goods on the street like they have for decades. I honestly don't know how long that's been going on for. I know decades, at the very least. Because like I have memories of it as a child. Let's just leave it at that. And so shit's been happening on Canal Street for a long time, but now it can't. People can no longer sell goods on Canal Street, apparently, in the way that they have done in the New York tradition. Unfortunately for ICE, though, they were in fact met with resistance.
Lower Manhattan after a massive federal enforcement operation.
ICE agents rolled in on military-style trucks to target vendors on Canal Street. The agents later clashed with angry New Yorkers who began protesting against the sweep. The Department of Homeland Security says the operation targeted alleged illegal vendors.
I just realized this is the wrong clip. I thought this was the. Why did I think that this was the Forbes clip that I had? We need the other one. Hold on. I can get this up like 30 seconds. Sorry. In my mind, this was the same clip that we watched earlier this year of the same incident, but CBS just fucking talks over the whole goddamn thing. Where is it? It should not take that long. Come on. Why are you giving me non-Forbes breaking news articles? I asked for Forbes. They had the best one. Fucking hell. Alright, I'll do it this way. Will this be easier for you? Will this be easier? There we go. Is this the one? Oh, that's New York Post. Son of a bitch. This is taking much longer than 30 seconds. Sorry. Why? How and why is this so difficult? Dude. I'll bet you this is in a list somewhere. Dude. This was such an easy clip to find at the time. That's one of the most annoying things about this. Is like like at the time of the news, so easy to find some of these clips. Thankfully I had so much stuff like in my lists already, so I could find a ton of stuff that I wanted. But it has not gone perfectly this stream, unfortunately. Some of these I just assumed were the video in mind. I couldn't, there was no way for me to watch 300 videos. Most of these I had already seen already. I think I already had seen this one and left it out because it wasn't, and then somehow like it stayed in the watch list until now. I can't find this. I literally can't find it. Son of a bitch. How is that possible? How does this just disappear? Oh, wait, is this it? Tell me this is it. Was it the New York Post who posted this one? I could have sworn it was Forbes. Is this the one? I think this might be the one. I can't tell. I can't tell from just looking at it. I'm just going to play it. This isn't the one either. God damn it. Why does nobody have the footage that I want? This is incredibly rude. Oh, I think they have some of it. They don't have all of it. But I think this is part of it. This is from a different thing.
This is what you're gonna be fucking remembered for, asshole! We got you on fucking camera, cameras everywhere! You're ugly, you got no bitches! I really wish I had the clip. I really wish I had the clip. Do you all remember the clip that we played back then? Because there was this one guy, maybe the most New York guy you could have found in the moment. And he was like this. He must have been like 5'4", but he was just, he refused to relent on these guys. He was like in their faces, just walking along the street with them, just berating them, just shaming them, just be like, wait, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? What do you, like, I really wish I had it. It's pissing me off. I thought I had the clip, and now I don't have it. Oh, it was one of the best moments. It was one of the best fucking moments. This guy just, like, slayed these dudes. They were like practically running away from him. Fuck. That makes me sad that I don't have it. I'm sorry, chat. I wish I was better. I really do. All right, let's see. What do I have next on my list? I'm sorry, I gotta move this around now because I was looking for clips. Don't stress, StreamLord. You're at like hour 20 something. It's like hour 50. But yeah, we've been going for quite a while. Now, some other people were confronted by protesters in October, nearly at the end of the month. Things getting cold.
Winter is coming.
CBP chief Greg Bovino was in court answering for alleged crimes of ICE agents in the streets of Chicago. Was met by protesters. Very yelly protesters. Fuck you, motherfucker. There you go, Greg Bovino. Forced to run away from protesters as he was leaving court. Very angry Chicagoans. Chicagans? I'm still very sad about that video. I know everybody's forgiving me for the lost video, but it's making me sad. You know, it's a clip that should have been in here. It was intended to be in here, and its lack of being in here, it's very depressing to me. It's very depressing. Yeah, I'm fine. It'll be fine. Now, let's go here. Another thing Donald Trump was getting up to the end at the end of the month was trying to convince everyone that actually January 6th was a perfect gathering of people, tourists at the Capitol, just enjoying life. Just a bunch of life lovers.
By the Justice Department to rewrite history to please President Donald Trump. A hearing wrapping up just moments ago with a federal judge complimenting the prosecutors, even after they were removed from the case and their sentencing memo revised to remove references to President Trump and to January 6th, including the phrase, quote, mob of rioters. The original filing did not contain any factual inaccuracies. It raises the question, why suspend those prosecutors and why cut those two very specific references? It's all happening during the sentencing for this man, Taylor Taranto. He was inside the Capitol on January 6th. The remove reference.
I'm sorry. I just realized something. We're 15 hours into the stream. I was like looking at it and over again. I was like, wait, 15 hours. That number something ringing in my head. That is clearly a break. We've just finished the 10th half of the Galactic stream. 10 halves. The most halves of all time. We'll get back to the story of Jan 6 after quick break. Wait, where did this go? How did I lose that? Honestly, the breaks for me, like, I just need to move around like every hour and a half. Like, if I sit for too long, like, I don't know. It just, it feels bad for my body. So I encourage all of you to get up and wiggle your bodies around during the breaks as well. You know, just get some blood flowing around there. Move around your joints and limbs. You know, fuck it. I'm just gonna play the regular break music. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you enjoy the stream, of course, because your contributions help keep the Galactic News Network alive, and without them, we would cease to exist. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Vamps. Break is over. Early break over. Just so I can keep this moving. So, get back to your seats. And we're gonna start the show. Alright, people, break is over. The 11th half is about to begin. Alright, let's get back to this discussion. Now, thankfully, Donald Trump has people like Kash Patel, renowned children's authors, to help him rewrite the history of January 6th.
Alarm over a possible push by the Justice Department to rewrite history to please President Donald Trump. A hearing wrapping up just moments ago with a federal judge complimenting the prosecutors, even after they were removed from the case and their sentencing memo revised to remove references to President Trump and to January 6th, including the phrase, quote, mob of rioters. The original filing did not contain any factual inaccuracies. It raises the question, why suspend those prosecutors and why cut those two very specific references? It's all happening during the sentencing for this man, Taylor Taranto. He was inside the Capitol on January 6th, was among those pardoned by President Trump for his actions that day. In 2023, though, he was arrested with weapons and ammunition near former President Barack Obama's D.C. home. In a memo filed yesterday, the Justice Department noted that on the day of Taranto's arrest, Donald Trump shared a post containing the Obama's alleged address on his Truth Social platform. Prosecutors say Taranto reposted Trump and then began live streaming as he searched the Obama's neighborhood, saying this, quote, gotta get the shot, stop at nothing to get the shot, end quote. So the new filing in this case made no mention of January 6th or Donald Trump or the fact that Trump was the one who publicly shared the Obama's purported address. And the original prosecutors remain on administrative leave. The judge today did make a point of saying
that was the guy. I got confused. Who did I say they fired? Because I think it was this guy, actually, now that I think about it. It was over trying to re-prosecute this, I think it was this, I'm trying to re-prosecute this guy. Or something like that. Actually, no, wait, no. This was just over comments. Right, no, actually, I think it was, no, I take it back. I think that God, I'm so tired. Oh, God, I can barely think of words right now. I'm getting through it, but it's tough. Thankfully, he soon will be getting, I mean, we are honestly making wild amounts of progress on the list. We are down to 20, like a little over 24 stories. Like less than 30. I'm not going to count them all. It's close, though. Yeah, we've gone through over 90% of the videos I wanted to tonight. All right. Now, let's go back to the demolition of the White House. New photos, aerial photos of the East Wing came out at the very end of October. And it was spooky.
Historic 120-year-old East Wing of the White House reduced to rubble. Satellite images show the dramatic transformation from less than 1 month ago to now. Along with the building, at least 6 trees have been taken down, including 2 magnolias.
B-Cat. Trying to make sure that Leica has enough energy to get to the stream. Very thoughtful. I'm sure she appreciates that. Hold on. I'm going to go full screen. Full screen this here. Hold on. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Satellite images show the dramatic 20-year-old East Wing of the White House.
I just want that.
Reduced to rubble. Satellite image.
Okay, so that's the before photo. You can see the Jackie Kennedy Garden here in front of the East Hall, or whatever this is called. And then you can see a whole bunch of trees that have been there for probably hundreds of years. And then the East Wing. And the Jackie Kennedy Garden, yes, was made by former First Lady Jackie Kennedy.
Show the dramatic transformation from less than 1 month ago to now. And
then it's all gone.
Building, at least 6 trees have been taken down, including 2 magnolias commemorated to Presidents Warren Harding and Franklin Roosevelt, all to make room for President Trump's 90,000 square foot ballroom. This rendering shows how the ballroom will look when completed, much larger than the White House residence.
I think there'll be nothing like it.
ABC News has learned the White House has required some construction workers to sign non-disclosure agreements, officials calling it standard practice.
It is so disturbing and ostentatious, like the renderings.
Residents.
I feel like it's intended.
Like it.
Like they
ABC
modeled
News
it like
has
after Versailles. Like these renderings and stuff, fucking insane. This guy is deluded. He's got the fucking worst taste. Everything must be white and gold. All right. Well, while Donald Trump was tearing down history, an ancient tree species was being driven to the brink of extinction. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour from November. I think it was November 1st.
Yemeni island of Socotra sits in the Indian Ocean between the Arabian Peninsula and the Horn of Africa. It's one of the most biodiverse places on Earth, sometimes called the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean. More than a third of the plant species on the island doesn't exist anywhere else on Earth. That includes a type of dragon's blood tree. Some of them are centuries old, but now they're struggling to survive in the face of intensifying threats from.
These have got to be some of the freaking coolest trees ever. You know? Just look at them. They're like no other tree. So unique.
Climate change. Associated Press oceans and climate correspondent Annika Hammerschlag went to Socotra for a first-hand look. Annika, first of all, this island, it's isolated. Not many people go there. So tell us what this island is like.
It just looked like nowhere else I'd ever been. There's very little infrastructure on the island, and visitors camp their way across it, which I really loved. And many of the plants look totally surreal, like the bottle trees that jut out of the side of cliffs and the frankincense trees that have these wild, gnarled limbs. And then, of course, you have the dragon's blood trees. On top of all that, you just get these.
That's what I forgot to throw in here. There's multiple clips I've forgotten to throw in here or mistakenly thrown in here. It's very upsetting. I was thinking of something completely different. I thought of another organism that was under threat. This year. But yeah, way earlier in the year. I think we definitely talked about it in this stream. But it was announced, I think it was like, I want to say it was like April. that it was announced that 84% of the world's coral reefs are bleaching. Essentially meaning that the vast majority, not just the majority, not like 1% more than the majority, 84% of all coral is basically in this year was actively dying. Probably bad. Now here's something that maybe will pick up our spirits. Optimism for the future. Right here at the beginning of the month of November, the first ever transatlantic crossing for the world's largest sail-powered cargo boat, the Neoliner Origin.
The world's largest cargo sailboat finished its first Atlantic crossing on Thursday. The Port of Baltimore welcomed the Neoliner Origin, a near 450-foot-long sailboat with its cargo of Renault vehicles, machinery, French liqueurs, and other merchandise. The boat earlier stopped at Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, a French overseas territory near Canada. But the crew of the Neoliner Origin had to partially rely on its motor for the crossing after a storm damaged its aft sail. The design of the Neoliner Origin aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80 to 90%.
There you go. Pretty sweet freaking technology. And yes, I know you're thinking it can't possibly take as much as a regular cargo boat. That's true. That's technically true. But also, almost none of the negatives of the, carbon emissions. So, trade-off. Build another boat. All right. Now, November 4th, 2025 was a day in history. You may have it marked in your calendars or forever indelibly in your mind. But that was, of course, the day that we all probably, it's almost a guarantee, all of us know about. You're just not thinking of it yet, Space Fams. November 4th was Election Day in New York City.
Zohran Mamdani.
Oh shit, we have no sound. Please hold, Amy.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're continuing our coverage of Zohran Mamdani's historic victory in the New York mayoral race over former Governor Andrew Cuomo. On Tuesday night, Democracy Now! Was at Mamdani's victory party at the historic Brooklyn Paramount. More than 1,000 people packed in. We spoke to just a few of his supporters.
Member of New York City DSA. And to say I'm excited and ecstatic and relieved is an understatement. I mean, we have fought so hard for this right before the primary, and then now in the last couple of months and the last couple of weeks, and today I've been canvassing since 9 a.m. and I feel exhausted, but it's the best kind of exhausted, because it's exhaustion from something I believe in with every fiber of my body, and that I know that the majority of New Yorkers believe in, and we haven't felt that. I haven't felt that in my lifetime.
Tell us what it is you believe in.
It's a politician and an agenda that is truly for working class people, and one that doesn't put the platform and the mission at the expense of anyone. He has not left anyone out of what he is fighting for, and he's made it clear, whether you support him or not, he is fighting for us.
What'd you say? NBC just called it for Zoran.
What do you think?
I'm so happy. I've been awake since 4:30 in the morning today, out canvassing in Park Slope and Prospect Heights, and we've been working towards this for a year, and I'm just so happy to win the New York City that we deserve.
What's your name? Where are you from?
And my name's Ruby. I live in Crown Heights.
Hi. Can you tell me your names and what do you think?
I'm Harrison and I'm thrilled. We've been canvassing since January, and it's so happy to see all of our work pay off.
It feels surreal that it's actually here and that it's happening. Yeah, it's so crazy.
What is it about Zoran Mamdani that led you to support him? And what is your name?
I'm Janie. He just has inspired hope, I feel like, across the city in a way that no one has in a long time. Yeah, a lot of us didn't want to vote for a Democrat who we felt like we had to, choose over another person. So, yeah.
As you can hear, they have just called it for Zoran Mamdani. And here we are in the Brooklyn Paramount. What's your name? What are your thoughts?
My name's Ben. I couldn't be more excited. Well, couldn't be more excited.
What group are you with?
I'm an organizer with Jewish Voice for Peace. We've worked really hard for this moment. I'm so excited to celebrate with everybody.
Did you think you'd see this day?
I was confident. Yeah.
What do you say about Donald Trump saying today that any Jew who votes for Zoran Mamdani is stupid?
It's anti-Semitic nonsense. It's bigotry, plain and simple. And we're sick of anti-Semitism being weaponized against Palestinian people and against our own communities.
There you go. That was the moment when everyone found out that Zoran Mamdani had won, that he was to become mayor in one day, everybody. Have you been thinking about that at all during this time, that we are only one day away now from the inauguration of one Zoran Mamdani? Have you not been thinking about that? It's literally, it's like 24 hours away. I mean, if we can get, if we can get people up early enough, I mean, we can do it earlier, technically. Do it in like 15 hours if you really want to get technical. I think technically you can get I think at midnight you could technically be sworn in. Although I believe there's an official inauguration on New Year's Day. Now let's go to the man himself.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands.
Okay. We're not going to watch that whole speech. We already watched it on stream earlier, and I feel like everybody here who's watching it absolutely watched it already. So I'm just going to skip ahead. Just going to skip ahead a little bit. We'll hit a couple of spots in here, and I'm going to move it along. Because I do want to end this in some reasonable amount of time. I think in like an hour and a half or two, maybe. I think I could get this done in that amount of time. Possibly, maybe. Oh, but then I've got a bunch of ones I want to get in deep on. Oh, this is going to start slowing down a little bit. Everything's fine.
Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today.
Okay, let's see. I'm just going to skip all the way down here.
With the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
All right. I'm going to keep this puppy moving. Now, let's go back down to DC, where a telltale sesame mist could be seen outside of a DC courthouse. The smell of mustard and onions. Thinly sliced deli meats. That's right. Sandwich Guy appeared for the first time since that viral moment.
Yep. Step on up.
Oh, hi.
How do you feel?
Well, I have to say Nick, Julia, and I, and the entire team were really very relieved, not only just as Sean's lawyers, but just also as people who are regularly find ourselves dissenting in many, many different respects. In some dissent we're together, in some dissent we stand alone. But we really want to thank the jury for having sent back an affirmation that dissent is what is not just tolerated, it is legal, it is welcome, and we thank them very much for that verdict. Really, the entire team thanks them. And you know, there's no such thing as a singular person making a victory. So please, all of them, you should all be here. I'm really just so excited. I don't know how to say this. I'm very, very happy that Mr. Dunn prevailed.
Mr. Dunn, how are you feeling?
Firstly, I'd like to thank especially Sabrina, Julia, and Nick for countless hours, and the rest of the team at Steptoe. And I would like to thank Steptoe for offering all of their services pro bono.
Feeding me.
I would like to thank family and friends and strangers for all of their support, whether it was emotional or spiritual or artistic or financial. To the people that opened their hearts and homes to me, I am eternally grateful. And I am so happy that justice prevails in spite of everything happening. And that night I believe that I was protecting the rights of immigrants. And let us not forget that the Great Seal of the United States says e pluribus unum. That means from many, one. Every life matters, no matter where you came from, no matter how you got here, no matter how you identify. You have the right to live a life that is free. Thank you.
Sean, what does that have to do with throwing a sandwich, though? I mean,
Right. All right, thank you very much. I stand by my original comment. Thank God.
There we go. Sandwich Guy. The hoagie hero. The foot-long bandit. Declared not guilty by a D.C. jury 2 days after Zoran Mamdani won the New York City mayoral election. Being heard from for the first time since yelling and generously giving those ICE agents a delicious late-night snack. Walking off into the sunset once again. To be seen again, who's to say? But he was the hero that we needed in the moment. Now, around this time, you're going to have to go back to the Senate. Because, with all of these wins, with all this winning going on, you know, Zoran Mamdani winning elections. Of course, at the same time, I didn't even put the clip of the other elections that Democrats won at this time, of course. But You know, all these wins. Sandwich guy, free. Zoran, mayor. You know, whatever her name is down in Virginia, governor. Right? You know what I'm saying here? Like, things happening. All of this winning. Somebody, somewhere, needed to put a kibosh on all of that winning, okay? We cannot rest until we have won against all of the winning. Okay, and thanks to 8 Senate Democrats, well, technically 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent, horrible, terrible, no good continuing resolution was advanced, one which did not need to be advanced, one which allowed the Trump administration to get off scot-free going into the fucking holidays. Here's CBS News.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Jesse Mitchell in New York. Senators in Congress have taken an important first step in the process to end the government shutdown. A few moments ago, the Senate held a procedural vote to approve a bipartisan funding deal. 8 Democrats crossed the aisle to advance the House Republican stopgap deal. It's a small, temporary funding patch, but could become the foundation for a larger deal potentially passed in the House later this week. We're still waiting for more details about that deal, but the Senate bill would fund the government through January 2026.
The deal. The deal was do everything we want and get nothing. Enjoy that. Do you like that? Is that how you like it? Enjoy that. It's disgusting. These Democrats were so craven and pathetic. And Chuck Schumer, of course, should have been able to stop it. And since he didn't stop it, it's clearly his fault as well. Of course, every single Democrat that voted for that fucking bill needs to be out of here. You know, your Gene Shaheens, and all the people that voted for the previous one too, the first continuing resolution. You know, your Dick Durbins. I think Dick actually voted for both of them. I can't remember, but there's a bunch of people in there. There's a whole list of them. It's these fuckwits right here. Yeah. Angus King, Fetterman, what's her name? Durbin, Shaheen, Hassan, not Coons. What the fuck is this guy's name? God damn it. What is this guy's name? Point is, you can find the list quite easily. All those people need to get out of here. What happened? What the hell? All right, I've lost something. I don't know how it happened. Shit. Okay, I'll be right back. I need this for this next one. Please hold. Okay. I am back. Now we have something very serious to talk about. Something that effectively got zero fucking attention. A disturbing report. One that came across my desk while we were still just streaming on Twitch. Meaning many people never saw this. I never made a clip video of it like I wanted to, and I probably will still. I probably need to. Can't see it. There's nothing to see yet. I mean, you can watch this. You want to watch this? We're about to talk about the Antarctic. And a disturbing report coming out of the Antarctic, which we learned about like a little over a month and a half ago, I think. Can't remember the exact date at this point, but I will know it once I find the story. All right, here it is. Right, okay, was this October 10th? Okay, so the story came out October 10th. But I would say I probably found out about this in, like, early November. I don't think we found out about this before Halloween, but I could be wrong. We may have. It's hard to remember. It would have been way easier if I had just clipped it like I wanted to and posted it to the YouTube channel. But we have a very disturbing fucking story to talk about, and it's not about penguins. The penguins are very cute, but they're not what we're here for. Unfortunately, what we're here for is this fucking disturbing story. And actually, I feel like we need music of some kind right now for us to be able to get through this. What do we... Yeah, I think the only thing to play during this moment... Oh, but I think I might get copyrighted for this shit. You know, I have a way... I think I can get around this here. Let me see. Where is it? Here. It should be in this folder, shouldn't it? Oh, here it is. I found it. All right. Go here. That. Here. We'll do this. I don't want your New Year's Eve offer. Thank you. Sorry, this is taking too long. Why do I have no sound? Oh, I think I know why. All right, this was from October 10th, 2025. Scientists discovered something alarming seeping out from beneath the ocean around Antarctica. By Laura Pattison. The video that you can see here is of a diver surveying a methane seep at Cape Evans, Antarctica. Planet-heating methane is escaping from cracks in the Antarctic seabed as the region warms, with new seeps being discovered at an astonishing rate. Scientists have found raising fears that future global warming predictions may have been underestimated. Huge amounts of methane lie in reservoirs that have followed over millennia beneath the sea floor around the world. This invisible climate-polluting gas can escape into the water through fissures in the sea floor, often refueling itself, with a stream of bubbles weaving their way up the ocean's surface. Relatively little is known about these underwater seeps, how they work, how many there are, and how much methane reaches the atmosphere versus how much is eaten by methane-munching microbes living beneath the ocean. But scientists are keen to better understand them, as this super-polluting gas traps around 80 times more heat than carbon dioxide in its first 20 years in the atmosphere. Methane seeps in Antarctica are among the least understood on the planet, so a team of international scientists set out to find them. They used a combination of ship-based acoustic surveys, remotely operated vehicles, and divers to sample a range of sites in the Ross Sea, a bay in Antarctica's southern ocean at depths between 16 and 790 feet. What they found surprised them. They identified more than 40 methane seeps in the shallow waters of the Ross Sea, according to the study published this month in Nature Communications. Bubbles could be seen rising from this video in front of you from a methane seep at Cape Evans in Antarctica. Many of the seeps were found at sites that had been repeatedly studied before, suggesting that these were in fact new. This may indicate a quote-unquote fundamental shift in the methane released in the region, according to the report. Methane seeps are relatively common globally, but previously there was only one confirmed active seep in the Antarctic, said Sarah Seabrook, a report author and marine scientist at Earth Sciences New Zealand, a research organization. Quote, something that was thought to be rare is now seemingly becoming widespread, unquote, she told CNN. Every seep that they discovered was accompanied by an immediate excitement that was, quote, quickly replaced with anxiety and concern, unquote, said Seabrook. The fear is that these seeps could rapidly transfer methane into the atmosphere, making them a source of planet-heating pollution that is not currently factored into future climate change predictions. The scientists are also concerned that the methane could have cascading impacts on marine life. Divers collecting samples to measure methane at Cape Evans, Antarctica, in the video you see here. Now, it's unclear why the methane seeps are happening in the region, but the researchers are investigating whether they might be affected by climate change. At the other end of the world, in the Arctic, increased underground methane release has been linked to climate change impacts, said Seabrook, including warmer temperatures, shift in sea level, and the continued slow rise of land after the glaciers melted in the last ice age. It can create a feedback loop, Seabrook added, where climate change increases methane seeps, which themselves further increase the rate of climate change. The scientists are heading back to Antarctica next week for 2 months to analyze the seeps in more detail. Methane is a real unknown. It's going up in the atmosphere and we don't know why, said Andrew Thurber, a marine biology professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara and a study author. One of the most significant concerns is what's happening in Antarctica, where there are vast reservoirs of methane, Thurber told CNN. If humans continue to warm the planet, these seeps could go from a natural laboratory to an epicenter of danger. In some ways, they are like a dangerous animal, he added. They are amazing to study and understand, but one needs to be very aware of what they can do if provoked or underestimated. Now, just to unpack what we all just heard. These scientists discovered methane seeps in a place that was already previously researched, suggesting that they had started seeping since the last time that they were researched, which might suggest that some sort of tipping point has been hit in the Antarctic, causing the frozen methane that sits at the bottom of the ocean in these methane seeps, as they call them. They may have destabilized in the same way that the tundra in Siberia has been destabilizing in recent past. If you don't know what I'm talking about with that, we discussed it in the past, and look it up. Look it up, it's wild. Massive explosions, releasing huge amounts, millions of tons of methane into the, I don't know about millions of tons, but I'm trying to think how much that, God. So, I mean, look at some of the images. I can't remember the exact figures, but just insane, just like town-sized craters in the Siberian. And this is, as they said in this article, data that was not factored into any current existing climate models, suggesting that we may have very well underestimated our targets, our understandings of the climate models. The climate models are flawed. If this is in fact real, if this is a real thing that we need to be worrying about, like if this is a sign of a tipping point happening in the Antarctic, it could be absolutely fucking devastating. Because, I mean, we're already failing. Like, the point that I need to drive home here is that we are already, as we talk about every single day on the stream, failing to meet the climate goals that we set for ourselves. Climate goals that were, in some people's estimations, too conservative. So we're already not meeting too conservative climate goals, and now the climate models that those flawed climate goals that we had set up are actually so flawed that we may be in a much worse situation than we are imagining ourselves to be. We may be the frogs in the boiling water, not realizing that it's been boiling for the last however long. Now more research is being done. I've been looking for it, but I have not heard fuck all. It's been crickets. What that means, I don't know, but it doesn't feel good, considering what the implications of this are. Okay. Well, that's it on this freaking ridiculous story we found out about like a month and a half ago or whatever. This does not bode well. And, you know, if anything, this should give us more resolute, like, determination to solve all of this shit. But we still have a chance. The fact is so much great work has been done in renewables.
Gifted a tier 1 subscription to Melanin 44.
Hey, thank you, Megastar, for the gifted subby. Much appreciated. Enjoy that, Melanie. Just popping by? Well, good to be popped by on. Twitch got really quiet over here. It's weird. It's weird. No, you can't be hopeless, Darksparkle. What did Jane Goodall tell us earlier? Her last words were, do not give up. Never give up. Never surrender. Do not go gentle into that good night, space fams. Or whatever it is. I can't remember the fucking quote. Do not give up. Okay. We're dooming. I think you need to hear this message right now before we do anything else. Wait. God damn it.
Omega Star just cheered 1,000 bits. Never give up, never surrender is from Galaxy Quest.
Never give up.
Never give up.
Never surrender.
Never surrender.
Never give up. 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 Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
No. Never give up. Never surrender. Never give up. Never surrender.
There you go. Omega Star, perfect timing on that super chat. I mean, on that biddy donation. And also, thank you for the sweet, sweet biddies. Incredibly generous. 1,000 bits. It's beautiful. Greatly appreciated. All right, let's move on from the doom. It doesn't mean that one shouldn't retreat sometimes. Well, I'm afraid in this particular case, humanity has nowhere to retreat to. Still haven't figured out that Mars thing. So we'd just be retreating to Earth, and that's the place we're having a problem with right now. See what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying, like, just like generally speaking, but in this particular scenario, it just doesn't play out so well for us. Now, one man did a very serious report on a big-time financial asset.
For a long time, cryptocurrency was something that only mattered to smelly men who are also probably criminals. To many normal people who do things like go outside, it seemed like this incel dweeb money would never become anything more than a niche interest or a means of exchange between perverts and the Taliban. But despite all of that, today, the United States government and many mainstream financial institutions are embracing crypto with open arms and huge boners, leading me to ask the question, all right, everybody, sit down, open your ears, and close your legs.
All right, shut your stupid face, Dan. I gotta address something. Humanity whole, Jojo. I just want to address this. Humanity whole isn't doing much, maybe taking the COVID shot or the ozone layer thing. Well, I'm not sure whether or not you're saying that we fixed the COVID thing or the ozone thing, because we did, in fact, fix the ozone thing. We actually did solve that. That's the thing. We stopped putting CFCs in cans, and it turns out that solved it. No more ozone hole, right? We still got the global warming problem, but no more hole in the ozone, because we changed some things in our lives. Very simple things that could be done at the manufacturer level. But basically, didn't require anybody to think too much about it. And we can do the same goddamn thing with renewables.
I'm about to read an explainer on cryptocurrency. If we get through this, you have permission to stop this video and get a healthy snack. Investopedia defines cryptocurrency as a digital or virtual currency that exists on a decentralized network of computers and is not issued by a central authority like a government. The first cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, was invented by an anonymous person or group named Satoshi Nakamoto after they published a paper in 2008 describing their vision for a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash that would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution. Bitcoin remains the most famous and by far the largest cryptocurrency today. In the simplest terms, Bitcoin is a huge spreadsheet in which column A is the anonymized names of Bitcoin owners, and column B is how many they have. The innovation of Bitcoin is that it distributes the record-keeping of that spreadsheet to a network of computers across the world called the blockchain. Bitcoin's proponents say that that feature makes it a superior form of money to government-issued or fiat currency because it doesn't rely on a central banking system. In your opinion, as an investigative reporter who's covered crypto extensively, in the year 2025, in God's year 2025, is crypto legit now?
You know, it's like medium legit. I think even crypto people would admit that if you were to just pick a cryptocurrency at random, the odds are like very good that it's a scam.
Zeke Fox is a veteran.
Wow, Omegastar with a super chat over on YouTube here. I'm now accepting Leica coin investors. Wow, Leica coin. Leica coin to the moon. I just mean treat to stay alive and flank the opponent or whatever. I guess I just have a problem with the analogy. I feel like the opponent is ourselves, right? The opponent in this analogy is just ourselves. We're just failing to do something that we claimed that we were setting out to do decades ago. Like we've had 30 different COP summits, right? Like I'm sure you're familiar with the Paris Climate Accords. That was COP 20. So that was the 20th Climate Action Summit, whatever you call it. And that was 10 years ago. We had COP 30 in Brazil this year. And it's really, we're just fighting ourselves. Like, we just need to stop giving money to oil companies and start investing in renewables. Like, we just stop fighting it. Like, we just need to put the grid all entirely on renewables in every single fucking instance that we can. And, you know, like, improve things like public transportation and, like, all of these other sorts of things. You know, like just simple shit that we've been needing to do that we should have done like a long ass time ago. And like, I guess I feel like it's just like, it's really, there's no opponent. Like in my mind, I just don't see an opponent in this scenario aside from our own way of thinking about all of this. The fact is the rest of the world is in many ways like making leaps and bounds. Even the United States with everything Trump's trying to do. We still have increased our energy mix in terms of renewables to fossil fuels. We just haven't done enough, and it's just not sufficient to meet the already insufficient climate goals that we've set out. You see what I'm saying? We just have to be like defeatist about it. I feel like it would like set actual reasonable goals and be like realistic about it, like and just it's just not something that we can turn away from very long. 2030. We were supposed to stop things by we were supposed to stop the increase in temperature by 2030. We already surpassed the limit that we thought we would never hit, and we wouldn't even hit until 2030, right? Like these are problems that are just dominoes that are falling left and right in front of us. And it's just like, for me, like, it's like one of the number one issues, right? We've been doing this stream for like 2 years, and climate change and like dealing with it. I don't see it as something like that there's anything but of serious like urgency, like with which this needs to be dealt with. Like, in fact, I would say that we've been retreating. Like, I would say if climate activists, if anything, have been retreating for a very long time. Like people who have like any expectations about slowing down climate change have been retreating, right? Like have not done enough to like force the conversation, in my opinion. Like it continues to get like pushed to the side as if it's something we can deal with tomorrow. But every time we do that, we actually the clock just gets shorter. We just have less time on the clock every time that we say, "Oh, we'll deal with it later." Like, and we've done it so long that now we are at a place where we may be too late. We still have to do everything we can, but like we're literally up against the clock at this point, tipping. Like so many tipping points have fallen, and if enough of them go, it's GG. It's just GG for humanity. So there will be no tomorrow. I mean, sure, there will be a tomorrow for us. I'm not literally saying it's all over like tomorrow. But I'm just saying, like, in a world where we continue to push things down, into the future, indefinitely, we just wind up being in, we just leave, or we wind up in a bad spot. We just wind up being in a place that's unfixable, right? We can't get to that point, because when we get to the once we get to the point where it is unfixable, where we accept that it's unfixable, that's when it's all over. That's when that's the apocalypse right there, right? That's Armageddon. You know, like once we accept it's all done, like if we just fully embrace like the doomer mindset, like that, like we actually want doom, because like I believe like there's different kinds of doomers. There are people who are just genuinely obsessed with this sort of morbid, like the morbid curiosity about things like this, and or whatever, and then people who like genuinely are hoping and praying for cataclysms because of like biblical prophecies and other crazy shit. And then I guess there's a third kind where you're like you've kind of just resigned yourself to the doom, even if you don't want it. We just can't let that happen.
Omega Star just cheered 1,000 bits. Doom may eat.
We are doomed. Very, very doomed feeling right now. Did you just super chat and do a bit donation at the same time? You're crazy. You're crazy, Omega Star.
Trading digital currencies was give us your money so we can steal it.
I was down in the Bahamas at the kind of peak of the mania, just after the Super Bowl, where FTX had aired that ad with Larry David, and we'd seen a lot of other ads for crypto companies. And what it seemed like to me, I mean, we're in the Bahamas because they're trying to get around US regulations. It seemed like they basically created this giant, semi-unregulated offshore casino where people could go and bet on the prices of all these different dumb coins, and that it was kind of bad because most people would probably lose money. But what I did not suspect at all was that he had taken all the money that people had deposited at his casino and stolen it. That thought never crossed my mind, honestly.
FTX collapsed in 2022, bringing crypto prices down with it, creating a bloodbath to rival history's bloodiest of baths. It was precisely like the Battle of the Bulge, except instead of hundreds of thousands of human casualties, what was lost was tens of billions of dollars that people had voluntarily chosen to invest in computer money that is famous for its volatility. I asked Zeke to think back to the aftermath of those harrowing days.
Almost all cryptocurrencies were down, 70, 90%. It looked terrible for the industry. And it was kind of hard to imagine that there'd be this mass of people who'd be like, hey, let's give that another shot. The one exception I would have made at the time is Bitcoin. It's developed this huge cult around it. People who think that Bitcoin is the solution for every problem in the world, and who are just so committed to it that they kind of put a floor on the price. Think about like the Insane Clown Posse.
I often do.
Is their music good?
Art is subjective.
Fair, okay. I'm gonna say it's bad. But like, am I gonna bet that no one's gonna come to the gathering of the Juggalos next year? Like, no. That's sort of like Bitcoin.
Got it.
These guys are Juggalos.
Despite whatever we might think about Insane Clown Posse, the Juggalos will be there every year.
Yes. Now, will the Juggalos take over the world? I would argue that in the end, the Juggalos have kind of a limited appeal. The Bitcoiners would say, no, like, we're gonna take over the world. Because, okay, they have one thing that the Juggalos don't have, which is like, what if by recruiting more Juggalos, you would get rich? Maybe that would make you work harder to recruit Juggalos.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden the music starts to sound a little bit better.
Yeah.
When you can make money off of doing it.
you could just donate a lot of money to the president, and then he would become a juggalo. Then, like, all the people who like him might be juggalos too.
Indeed, over the first year of the current Trump administration, long arm.
I love how they took Donald Trump's least favorite photo or picture of himself and then turned him into a juggalo. Oh, God. It really is a beautiful and accurate picture of Donald Trump. Incredibly accurate down to each detail. Could not be a more spitting image of the president.
He would become a juggalo. Then, like, all the people who like him might be juggalos too.
Indeed, over the first year of the current Trump administration, the long arm of the federal government has reached out its hot iron and stamped the underside of our great nation with the glowing brand of Bitcoin. If you can't tell from literally everything about me, I very much enjoy caffeine. Specifically, coffee. More specifically, Cometeer. If you don't know what Cometeer is, it's time to sit your tush down and get learning. Cometeer are goddamn coffee revolutionaries. Veritable Paul Reveres of the caffeine bean. Cometeer, well, they make it actually easy to enjoy coffee, hot or iced, or in a...
Just realized we're watching a goddamn ad. I just, like, zoned out. You tricked me. You're tricky. You're a trickster, Dan.
of order, creation of a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a digital asset stockpile. Congress passed a bill with flying bipartisan support to legalize stablecoins, which are cryptocurrencies whose value is tied to the US dollar. So basically crypto dollars. Then the House passed a different bill, again with flying bipartisan support, which would establish a very friendly regulatory framework for all cryptocurrencies, not just stablecoins, and that is currently going through that dang old Senate.
How is this different than what we saw from the Biden administration?
It's dramatically different.
Eleanor Mueller is a reporter for Semaphore covering Congress, and this year covering Congress means covering crypto.
There's a Republican president who's called himself, the most pro-crypto president. There's a House and a Senate controlled by Republicans in part because the crypto super PAC spent so much money to make sure that that happened. There's a lot of momentum for legislation. I think a lot of it is lobbying. I think that after FTX, the industry has since established itself as a Washington powerhouse.
Folks, it's safe to say that the crypto industry is lobbying like the bottom floor of a fucking hotel. This year, the industry has already raised $263 million to go to work sucking off Capitol Hill, which means that when it comes to sucking off Capitol Hill, they're now at the same level as Big Oil. And folks, if you're sucking off Capitol Hill like Big Oil sucks off Capitol Hill, well, quite frankly, you should be given the Pulitzer Prize for sucking off Capitol Hill, because no one sucks off Capitol Hill quite like how Big Oil sucks off Capitol Hill. Until now.
On the behalf of the president, it's a little more personal. He was kind of drawn to the industry because they both felt discriminated against by traditional finance. Trump, in the instance of January 6th, after he left his first administration, he's alleged that he could not open accounts at certain banks. And then on the campaign trail, this most recent presidential election, that was something that a lot of crypto folks came to him and said, we've had the same issue because of who we are and what people think about us. We haven't been able to open banks. And so it kind of became this, we're in this together and we're going to screw over the people that did this to us.
The banks discriminated against.
Now, of course, the cryptocurrency is not an improvement. The cryptocurrency does not solve the issue of debanking. You know what did solve the issue of debanking? The FTC. The thing that Donald Trump's actively dismantling. That's the thing that was preventing debanking. And yeah, maybe some people lost the ability to do banking because they were laundering money. You think about that? I mean, Donald Trump has been accused of laundering money, and I'm sure there's a bunch of his friends who have probably, flown in similar, regions of finance. And I'm fairly certain if you do enough financial crimes, you do possibly, you may find it hard to find a bank account. I actually don't know exactly how that works, but I'm fairly certain that that is in the cards. But cryptocurrency is just not a solution at all in any way to debanking. You know, unless you've lost your ability to bank because you're like a financial criminal, right? Essentially, which I think that is a law technically, or like I don't think it's a law, but like banks can choose to not do business with you. Although I think the FTC technically made it so that they couldn't do that. I'm trying to remember. I need to look at the legislation now. I'm trying to remember if they also made it so that criminals could get bank accounts. Because I think it's possible that they did. Because I think they may have seen it as like constitutionally necessary for people to like live their lives. They need a bank account, which is a fair argument, I think, that could be made in this case. The fact is creating a bunch of separate currencies does not make that better, right? And that's the other problem with all this, is that it fractures the financial system in a way that is genuinely problematic. You know, like, and technically this was illegal, right? This is technically illegal, but cryptocurrency people found a loophole in the existing law regarding currency, like making your own currency. Like there was already an existing law regarding cryptocurrency. We've talked about in the past. 15 U.S. 486, I think it was, which basically made it illegal to make your own currency. Caveat, the framers of that law, which I think was like in the 40s, did not anticipate somebody creating computers and then taking those computers and putting a currency on them. They just assumed people would make physical money because it was 1940 or whatever year it was. And therefore, didn't foresee that possibility. So the crypto industry has driven a multi-trillion-dollar truck through that loophole in the law. It's like, oh, it's not physical currency. Doesn't exist in the real world. Can't regulate it. All right, well, we're talking about corruption and money. Let's go back to talking about how much money Kristi Noem's been spending and what she's been spending it on.
The Department of Homeland Security's ad campaign has a money trail that's been shrouded in secrecy. It involves $220 million taxpayer dollars, a mysterious Delaware LLC, and a horse named Gil.
I'm Kristi Noem. Break our laws, we'll punish you.
Noem has hailed this ad campaign as a crucial tool to stem illegal immigration. So crucial that DHS bypassed the normal competitive bidding process.
I'd like to ask everyone a question. How does Kristi Noem sitting on a horse in front of Mount Rushmore, like in her little cowgirl outfit, how does that help with immigration enforcement? Can anybody give me an actual answer to that? I've been thinking about it ever since I heard about this story. But how do you justify that? How do you spend $200 million on an ad campaign for something like this? Why would you need an ad campaign, first off? Like, what does that help? Who does that help? Does it help Kristi Noem feel good about herself being on TV? Basically just putting herself on TV with U.S. taxpayer dollars?
Legal immigration. So crucial that DHS bypassed the normal competitive bidding process that federal contracts go through. On public documents, the main recipient of the $220 million was a Delaware LLC created days before the deal was signed. But ProPublica found a secret beneficiary, the Strategy Group, a consulting firm with long-standing personal and business ties to Noem and her senior aides. The strategy group played a central role in Noem's 2022 re-election campaign for South Dakota governor, and the CEO is married to Noem's chief spokesperson at DHS. Read ProPublica's full investigation at the link in bio.
It's so incredibly dirty. It's so incredibly dirty that it's like, it doesn't even matter if you get lost in all of it. It's like every single aspect of this thing is fucking dirty. It's so wild. It is so fucking insane. $200 million just handed over without a single bid directly. $250 million handed directly over to the personal friends and business associates of Kristi Noem, who's one of the co-founders, is married to her fucking... I mean, the amount of, like, just insane corruption going on here, it's just... It's incredible. These people make Burisma look like chump change. Honestly, I never want to hear the word Burisma ever again. Like, I don't give a shit. I cannot, I cannot be brought to giving a single shit about it. Not with stuff like this happening. It is just such small potatoes in comparison. It's fuck all. What was it, like $1 million? Biden got like 20 grand? Okay. Oh, wow. Big money, eh? Big money, Hunter. No, you should have upgraded. You should have been like, Kristi, no, baby. Passing off $250 million to her pals.
Today, ProPublica published quite a scoop about Trump DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. That in any
like,
era,
all right, real quick.
any other era,
Here's a good example.
Would be
Here's a good example of things. You know, there was a movie that was recently produced, right, by I think Michelle Obama has gotten into movie production. I can't remember if it was Michelle or if it was Barack or both of them, but like, let's just say that during Biden's administration, he just, without looking for any competitive bids, like say he was gonna do like what do you call it? Oh God, I can't think of words right now. I'm so tired. I'm so goddamn tired right now. I can barely think. I can I get to the thought, and then by the way, I'm like halfway through the thought, I'm like, I just forget it. This is what happens when I'm like this deep into this thing. Oh my God. Like, all right, yeah, that's right. That's what I was talking about. What if Biden just like gave Michelle Obama $250 million to make a movie for him? That's what we're talking about. It's effectively the same thing. Right? Like, what if Joe Biden just gave like $250 million to, like made her like the head of an agency, gave her $250 million and said, make me a movie. These people, like, they would lose their fucking minds. They would lose their fucking minds. If you gave her like $5,000, they would lose their minds. They lost their minds over 20 grand. And now we're talking about $200 million. That is 10,000 times as much money. 1,000,000% more.
Career-ending scandal. But to understand the pattern of corruption of this woman, we just have to zoom out just a little bit, just for a moment. Because since Noem took over DHS at the beginning of the year, she's become known for appearing to be more obsessed with putting on various costumes than doing her actual job. I mean, she donned a bulletproof vest just to talk to her own agents. She wore a Customs and Border Patrol uniform on Fox News. And of course, she is...
The movie might actually have some value. Sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I was just trying to make the point, steelman the argument, and find like a similar situation in which You know, like Republicans would deeply object to the federal government just handing money over to Michelle Obama to go make movies, right? They would lose their fucking minds over it, right? Like if Joe Biden gave Merrick Garland $100 million to go make TikToks or something, they would have, you know?
Constantly, and I mean constantly, throwing on a cowboy hat and riding horses. Always with plenty of cameras around to capture the moment. But Noam's apparent obsession with image actually goes much further than just putting on costumes, because she has directed more than 200 million taxpayer dollars into TV ads to promote her work at DHS. And just to put it in context, that is nearly twice what DHS spent on ads altogether in all of last year. And the content of those ads have already been a scandal kind of in and of themselves.
I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for securing our border.
And if you're wondering who exactly the target audience is for that, DHS spent $30,000 to run that ad, the one I just showed you, specifically in the ad market where Mar-a-Lago is. Now, as much as spending tens of thousands of dollars to make sure your ad plays on the TV near the president is a bizarre waste of taxpayer money, $30,000, it turns out.
Wait, so Kristi Noem is spending money to suck up to the president? She's just buying ad time so the president sees the ads that she makes? That is insane. So she makes ads sucking up to the president and then buys the ad space in Mar-a-Lago so that President Trump has to see it while he's watching Fox News. That's incredible. That is next level. That's next level. All right. We were getting through these videos. We are running out of videos practically compared to the rest of the list. Let's go now here. Take a look at some of the numbers. This is from last month.
We're still sifting through the results from those 20.
Oh my God. Just realized we just did another hour and a half. How is it taking? Good Lord. I'm slowing down over here. Big time. All right, I need to move around again. Not gonna lie. Feels necessary right now. Like it makes you believe in angels in space. Oh, that's sweet. Whatever. I'll play this, I guess. Could be good. Never even heard this mix before. All right, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Alrighty, everybody, enjoy the rest of the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and we'll be right back. everybody. That is the end of the break. End of the break, and time for us to try and finish out this stream. Son of a bitch. And my browser just started to lose its freaking mind. Start randomly playing videos in the background that I did not ask for it to play. Incredibly rude of you. Well, that's not the way I was trying to start the half, with having to solve sudden technical issues. Yeah, dang it. It's the weirdest glitch, but it'll like start playing a video, but it won't tell me what it's playing, and it, what window it's playing on. Like it literally just like plays a video like in the background. But it doesn't give you like a little like a window like to pause it. It just keeps playing like somewhere in the background. It's like hidden. I have no idea how to prevent that from happening. It just happens randomly. Oh, boy. Oh, and getting through the list from top to bottom, like, literally takes forever. Mostly because it's got to load all the goddamn videos, and there's like 300 of them. I get through like 100 videos, and then it pauses to load more of them, you bastard. So annoying. Okay. Here we go. All right, let's move on from Christy Gnome's corruption over here. Talk about the numbers, which at this point in the year we're just plummeting for Donald Trump in every single possible category, including ones Donald Trump was taking credit for having made massive shifts in, like
from those 2025
Latinos.
elections in New Jersey and Virginia. And one of the big questions that has been asked is, where are Latino voters? A Latino voting shift toward Donald Trump in 2024 helped propel him to victory. So what do the results in New Jersey and Virginia show us now? What might it tell us about what U.S. opinions are on the president's immigration policy? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. Harry, a lot going on constantly on the issue of immigration and immigration crackdowns. The Latino vote, what are we seeing among the polls there?
Yeah, what are we seeing? You know, one of the big shifts in 2024 from 2020 was that shift towards Donald Trump, right? Immigration played a key role in that. I want to start off with Latinos on Trump and immigration. You know, back a year ago, what did we see on the issue of immigration? Latino voters trusted Kamala Harris more than Donald Trump, but by just 2 points. 1, 2. Look now at Donald Trump's net approval rating on immigration among Latinos. He is 38 points underwater. That is a 36-point shift, essentially, from where we were a year ago on immigration. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are basically tied on the issue of immigration. And now on the issue of immigration, Latinos despise, hate Donald Trump. 38 points underwater. In their mind, he is doing something absolutely wrong when it comes to immigration.
What about the Latino vote overall?
What about the Latino vote overall? All right, how do Latinos feel about Donald Trump overall? Let's take a look here. This, I think, sort of gives the game away. Yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, that is the phrase of the day. Trump's net approval rating among Latinos. In early February, again, he was just 2 points underwater. Look at where he is now. Late October, minus 34 points. 34 points underwater. A shift of 32 points over the course of this year. I should point out this is the CBS News YouGov poll, but I was looking at the average of polls. I was looking at our own poll. Very similar shift. 20, 25, 30-point shifts on the net approval rating away from Donald Trump among Latinos overall. Again, whatever Donald Trump is doing in office, in the minds of Latinos, it is not working. They have turned against him in massive, massive numbers.
I was in New Jersey a couple weeks ago on election night. There, people
God damn it, I'm muted again. How did that happen? Oh, God, I'm getting too tired. I'm losing track of things in my head. Okay, let's move away from the numbers with Harry Emden. Trump losing historically fast with Latinos. He was doing perfectly fine earlier this year. And then faster than perhaps anyone ever has. Lost that. And is now doing absolutely awful with Latinos. Now let's move away from the numbers and just talk about the vibes. Vibes are not good either, as it turns out. Not necessarily with Latinos. Actually, it's more with like the, I think, MAGA diehard sort of, white groiper QAnon type. But, probably applies to multiple groups of people, but let's go here. Old Kyle Kulinski. From about 1 month ago to the day. Well, maybe a little bit. This is like really like November, what is this? Like November 20th?
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have an amazing show for you, if I don't say so myself. So in just a second, the MAGA civil war is now completely out of control. It is spiraling out of control. They're in full-on meltdown. This may be even worse for Trump than immediately after January 6th, which is saying a lot, because boy, was he in trouble immediately after he and his people tried to coup the government. So we'll get into all of that amazing, amazing stuff. Trump goes at Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump goes at...
All right, we don't have time for all this. There, Kyle.
$1,628 documents. Are you kidding me? 1,628. So all of us who are out there saying, bro, this dude's on every page of the Epstein files. Well, you can keep deflecting. You campaign on releasing the Epstein files, so you lied to your supporters. Release the files. Not guilty people don't have meltdowns over hoaxes. Donald Trump is guilty, and if you deny the actual evidence, Epstein files, then you are just blind to the truth. The only hoax going on is coming from Donald Trump and his administration. Once again, as Trump has stated himself, if you keep telling the lie, they will eventually believe you. It is a hoax. If it is a hoax, then what is all the emails? Why the panic? Why the panic-held meetings? Why not release the information? Are you buying time to destroy evidence? For us regular people, if we do very naughty things, we go to prison for the rest of our lives. We aren't given promotions for it like you're allowing them to do. Just release it all, Trump. You fucking ran on that shit. You're a pedophile, Trump. At the point, only your idiot fans still think you're innocent. You're losing the base. You're a fucking con man, and all these idiots. Anyway, this goes on. Release the Epstein files, then prove that it's all a hoax. Trump is a pedophile. Bill Clinton is in the files. The only hoax is you. Your name is all over those emails. So this is Trump's safe space, bro. This is Trump's safe space. But it gets even better. So then there was this trend on social media where all of these former hardcore MAGA supporters started burning all of their MAGA merch.
All right, so this is a Trump 2020 hat. And if you're just going to be owned by the Jews and go against everybody.
Now notice, I need you to notice, so they're turning on him, but notice the language here. This person is a groyper, or they're Fuentes adjacent at the very least, right? And so the Republican base is hardcore radicalized. Many of them are turning on Trump, but they're turning on Trump also because he's not fascist enough to them.
That actually is America first.
And cover for pedophiles.
And cover for pedophiles.
Now that he is doing, for sure.
Then you can fuck off, Trump. You're losing people quick. What else do we got? We got some hoodies.
We're burning those in the big fire.
Oh, we're going to put those in the big fire?
Yeah, those are 2 polyester.
Got a Ultra MAGA shirt. We've got tons of flags. We got way more hats.
We don't have the flags anymore. I threw those away.
Oh, you threw the flags away already? Good. Oh yeah, here's some good kindling.
Yeah,
these are from the very first Trump rally we ever went to in 2017 when he came to Topeka, Kansas, and did a rally for Chris Kobach. Throw him in there. Piece of shit. Have a good life with all your Jew owners.
Some from 2020, some from 2016.
Fuck you.
Wow, there's a lot of disturbing language in there. But the sentiment was quite clear. Good God. Those are the vibes going into Thanksgiving. Those are the vibes over on the MAGA bandwagon. Seems like the bandwagon was on fire going into the holidays this year. Now, completely unrelated, I'm sure, to the MAGA revolt over the Epstein files. Donald Trump, of course, came out and said, actually, release the files. It's totally fine. And so Congress did just that.
Nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
It's Jay.
And there it is.
And there it is. House unanimously, I think -1, passing the bill. And the Senate passing with unanimous consent, not even putting it to a vote. Seems like all they needed was for the president to give them the order. And Republicans lined right up to vote for the Epstein files. It's fascinating. But the fact is Epstein survivors weren't all that thrilled with the way all of this was being handled by the Trump administration, who had promised them a whole lot of stuff.
I want to thank
As
you
it
all
turns
for
out.
being here. Most importantly, Lisa, Wendy, and Jenna Lisa, especially after your powerful comments this morning. And thank you for that. Congressman, it's great to have you both again back here. I don't think the last time we spoke that we thought we'd be here in this moment on the verge of having the president sign this and it becoming law here in Washington.
Things accelerated quickly. Things don't move forever in Washington, D.C., and then all of a sudden they do, and that's what happened.
But 427 to 1 over in the House. It was unanimous in the Senate. Congressman Massey, for you, as the Republican who led this, obviously bipartisan, but as the Republican who led this, what do you say to those members who for months refused to put their names on your discharge petition and then wound up voting for this today?
All that's necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And we had good men doing nothing for 5 months. And really, our speaker was disparaging our legislation for 5 months. He ended up voting for it. And he could have saved us all a lot of trouble. He could have brought justice to the survivors here 5 months sooner if he just brought the bill to the floor.
Justice could have been brought 5 months sooner. I mean, there was one member, Clay Higgins, who voted against it. Have you?
And, I mean, I would go even further than Representative Massey. I would say that, in fact, he could have released it like 10 months sooner. The files were on Pam Bondi's desk. We listened to a clip at the very beginning of the stream of Pam Bondi saying the files are on her goddamn desk. Right? They could have released them. They were spending a lot of time going through them, and yet never even head faked. They had faked. They handed out the fake files a couple times, but never actually released the files in entirety. But they never really needed congressional approval for it. Like this.
Spoken to him or heard why exactly he was opposed to this when every single other member of the House voted for it?
No, Thomas tells me that he thought it was hypocritical for Speaker Johnson to be saying it's a bad bill, and then suddenly telling everyone to vote for it. But the important things here is the survivors. I mean, they had to come to the Capitol twice, once on September 3rd when the story was dying, when the Speaker had shut down Congress, and they really caught the nation's attention. That gave us momentum. Look, we had to overcome the president. We had to overcome the cabinet. We had to overcome the speaker. We had to overcome the Congress being shut down. We had to overcome them not.
Okay, I'm going to move past Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey going on and on and on about all the great stuff that they were trying to do. Let's hear from the victims.
What the congressmen here have been fighting for helps put survivors back at the forefront of this instead of politics being at the front of this?
I think it's our best attempt yet, yes. And we are trying. I think today shows us that we are being seen and we're being heard. And if we can keep that momentum, then I think that's yes.
Lisa, how are you feeling? You've obviously been very outspoken about this and talked about how important this transparency is for you as well. Do you feel like you're on the verge of finally getting that transparency?
I actually do feel that way. I started speaking out just because I wanted to stand up for other survivors that have gone through the same pain that we have, but couldn't find their voice. So I was trying to have the courage and the bravery to stand up there to have that voice for them. And just like Wendy said, it just feeling validated, feeling seen, feeling heard. That's what we really wanted, was to stand up there and say, this happened to us, but what are we going to do now? And it's been a few months. It's been tough. It's not easy to speak out about something of this magnitude. It just really isn't. But we feel good about it now. We've been really just excited all together when we got the news.
Well, and a big question is what happens now. Obviously, people really didn't expect this to go through the Senate as easily as it did. Passed with unanimous consent is the plan. President Trump said he'll sign it already. Do you have concerns, Congressman, that the Justice Department's investigations that he's ordered into the Democrats who were named in these emails last week could be used as a justification for not releasing everything that the DOJ has?
Well, first of all, what's going to happen next? The legislation gives the executive branch only 30 days to produce these files. And if they redact anything, they've got 15 days to explain and justify any redactions. So we drafted this legislation so that if it did pass, things would be on a fast track. And it is true that if
Oh my God, Thomas Massey, he talks so much, pal. I don't give a fuck about you. No fucks.
my supporters, if you still want these documents released, he damaged himself, but
Still
he
talking.
mended that a little bit.
Still talking.
How do you see that? Because one thing that the House Speaker Mike Johnson was saying was actually that they were worried that this bill would create more victims if it passed as it is written now, because other people will be named. They believe people may be falsely smeared as a result of this coming out. As someone who, as you spoke today so candidly about being, in the 9th grade, and you showed your picture of how young you were when all of this started, how do you view that?
Well, I don't know. Like, these politic things are so, I really don't know. I just want these, I think this is the right way to go about it. I don't think anything wrong with it. I think we've waited too long for the files and that we just need to get them out. So I don't have an issue as a survivor at all with this bill. I don't think any of us that have stood up, I don't think what he thinks could be smearing to someone else. I mean, a little bit of embarrassment because you hung out with the wrong person. I think we've suffered enough embarrassment by having to put ourselves out there. So, I mean, take the little hit if you have to. If you didn't really have anything wrong doing, then I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Yeah, and also it doesn't really make sense either, because you can't really smear a name because there's so much evidence within the files that I don't think it's even possible. Yeah. I think it's going to be pretty accurate.
And as far as adding new victims or creating new victims, if the bill or the process is followed like I believe or interpret, then that investigation will be done and it'll be determined whether that is a real victim or not. And then that victim can pursue legal actions or not. That, we can't force somebody to hold, nobody came to me and said, you have to go against Epstein, you have to. So then it's on them. So I think that, and it could create more victims that are too scared to come out because they think that there's no proof. And we just found the proof for you to say your truth. And that through the investigation will maybe prove that there are other victims out there.
What recourse do you have if the administration doesn't release what it has? What will you do as the two who led this charge?
Okay, I think that was all I wanted from this clip. I feel like I missed a spot, but I'm also like completely... Actually, I think it might be the very end here. I'm just gonna go to this part.
Just how young you were to remind.
Actually, yeah, I think this might be it. I can't remember. God, I'm so tired.
People of that, the impact of that.
This is the first time I feel like that we've all are on a united front of like what is happening and that we want justice in the right direction. It was so important to share that photo of us when we were younger, because I think when people see us on camera and who we are now, that they forget that that's who we were then when it actually happened. And now I'm sitting here 20 something years later and I have a kid the same age that I was in that photo. And I think that is the tone that people need to remember is we're not just up here fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for other survivors. And these powerful people are still doing these things. Don't think that they're not. They are. They think they're untouchable and they'll do what they have to do to continue their horrific crimes. And we see that.
Yep. Victims saying Donald Trump owes them at least the files. There's no reason not to do it. But that very same week, Donald Trump seemed very sort of, what's the word? Snippy? Very sensitive?
Yeah, if there's nothing incriminating in the file, sir, why not act? Quiet. On Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela. I know you can't tell us what you're.
There you go. Donald Trump yelling at a reporter, calling her piggy for asking him a question. Yeah, this is the way that we were ending the month here. And before the month ended, Zoran Mamdani met with Donald Trump at the White House, something which shocked many people.
Good. I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to watch this whole... There's no way we're watching this whole thing. I just want to go to some of the big moments.
They're losing 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian. And it's a shame.
What happens if I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
Okay. It's easier.
It's okay. Don't worry. Just say
It's easier than explaining.
It's... Yeah, there you go. It's just easier. Just call me a fascist. Don't let her bully you. She's just being mean. She doesn't know you like I know you, Zoran. Great guy. Great guy, that Zoran. He loves New York just as much as I do. All right. Well, that was almost 1 month ago to the day, I think. I can't remember exactly what day that was. It was close. It was very close. Now, before we get to December, we got one more video. Hassan... how do you say? Hassan Abi. Hassan Abi.
What is this, Hank, CIA?
What does that mean?
As like we're driving home in this British cab
on the wrong side of the goddamn road. Hassan Piker keeps playing We Are Charlie Kirk on a goddamn phone speaker and putting it in my ear.
True.
And he's like, Will, listen to this.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the...
This is a CIA torture tactic. Like, honestly, when I die and get to hell, I feel like I'm going to be able to tank part of it because I will have experienced it before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was, I don't know if he described the situation that he was in mentally when I was doing that to him.
Swimming in nausea on the wrong side of a British cab with We Are Charlie Kirk on a phone speaker being pressed against my head.
I don't know why he didn't like that. That's crazy. I thought he would appreciate and enjoy the sounds. Were you drunk? Yeah, I was twisted. I was definitely zooted that night. Is that how you feel when Caroline and Christian are singing? Yes. I thought the soothing sounds of Charlie Kirk and a celebration of Charlie Kirk would actually help him. It's all over TikTok now. What, We Are Charlie Kirk?
We are Charlie Kirk. We'll carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel and honor his name.
There you go. The internet was tormented by this song, including Hassan's best friend, Will Neff, and also you, and all of us together, tortured. But that was, you can't say that wasn't a part of 2025. Whether you love it or hate it, you cannot say that that was not part of 2025. All right, let's move on from Charlie Kirk and Hassan using that song to torture his friends. Now, to the Pentagon, where we basically, I mean, for most of the year, we've gotten zero press briefings from the Pentagon here. But newly minted Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson, who I think is like 24 years old or something like that. Very qualified, I'm sure. And she's here to be basically, I mean, seemingly like the first person to make any sort of contact from the Pentagon. And now, why? What would prompt the Pentagon, who's been so closed to the press? Why would they want to do a press conference? Well, that's because at this time, you know, the first days of December started with just a whole lot of questions surrounding the strikes going on in the Caribbean after information coming out regarding the double tap strikes. Yes, Kingsley Wilson, totally normal name. Yeah. So Kingsley came out here to answer questions about those allegedly doubly illegal double tap strikes. Because of course the first strikes are also legal. The second strikes are just really just doubly illegal.
And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yes, Caitlin.
Thanks, Kingsley. Can you talk about the autonomy that's given to the commanders who are carrying out these operations, like Admiral Bradley?
Does she look like a black-haired Caroline Leavitt?
Like in this.
Does she look like Caroline Leavitt? Maybe a little bit. I guess I can see the similarities.
Talk about the autonomy that's given to the commanders who are carrying out these operations, like Admiral Bradley, to make decisions. Like in this case, I'm assuming the first strike took out the boat and any actions that followed. Can you talk about the autonomy they're given?
Absolutely. So the secretary has been very clear in every statement that we've released about these strikes that they are presidentially directed. And the chain of command functions as it should. And we make sure that commanders on the ground are taken, their positions are taken into account, and they are able to tell us and make decisions if they see things that need to be flagged. But at the end of the day, the secretary and the president are the ones directing these strikes. And any follow-on strikes like those which were directed by Admiral Bradley, the secretary 100% agrees with.
Kingsley just repeating the tweets of Pete Hegseth. Look, the perfect strikes, the very best strikes in history, which were done by Admiral Bradley, which which he did with perfection, are of course completely supported, but by the guy who did not order the strikes, Pete Hegseth, Department of Defense Secretary. But definitely not the guy who ordered the strikes. Just to be clear, everybody. Pete Hegseth, definitely, he fully supports the strikes, but never did he ever order them. Which he would have, of course, if he had the time, but he was busy. He was doing some other shit. And so, Admiral Bradley had full authority to do exactly what Pete Hegseth fully agrees with, but did not order, just to be clear. Now, Kingsley's sticking by the narrative over here. However, Pete Hegseth of olden days was not sticking by the narrative for some reason. Video resurfaced from Pete Hegseth giving a talk at some strange event. Not clear what this event was. There's just some weird guy sitting in the back corner, at a table. And it feels like it's a debate. If I had to guess, it feels like a debate. Just from the setup. But
can you comment on soldiers who are being held at Leavenworth prison for being soldiers?
Yeah, I don't know all the particulars of all those cases, and I do know Beverly Pearlson and a few others who are just tireless advocates for guys on the battlefield who have been a part of unfortunate incidents. There are some guys at Leavenworth who made really bad choices on the battlefield, and I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes. If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do. But there are also plenty of guys there. Clint Lawrence is a name that comes to mind immediately, a lieutenant who made a tough call. I believe it was in Afghanistan. A little bit overzealous.
There you go. Pete Hegseth saying that, the United States has these laws, like don't follow unlawful orders, stuff like that. It's a fascinating admission from a older Pete Hegseth, a younger Pete Hegseth, I guess. Because, of course, around the same time, there was a whole lot of stuff going on around supposed unlawful orders and whether or not troops should follow them. But Pete seemed pretty clear about whether or not we should have unlawful order, or whether or not we should be following them, and that being no, we should not follow them. He's speaking to fifth graders. You think? Those are pretty good questions for fifth graders, I'm not gonna lie. All right, now 3 weeks ago, Kash Patel was embroiled in another strange scandal involving his girlfriend.
Okay, stay with us. You have some more.
Amateur country singer. I forget her name. I just call her Cash's girl. Cash's girl. And her friends were getting a little tipsy. They were out, they were having drinks, trying to have a good time. And then, they needed a favor.
Ken, stay with us. You have some more exclusive new reporting we want to get to involving the FBI security detail for FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend. MS Now has learned that Patel has ordered that the FBI escort one of his girlfriend's inebriated friends home from a night of partying in Nashville on more than one occasion. Ken, that is quite a headline. What more do we know?
Yes, Anna, and I should say that a spokesman for Kash Patel is adamantly disputing this story, says it never happened, but 3 people familiar with the matter tell us it did happen, that on more than one occasion, Kash Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, remember she's a country singer who lives in Nashville, and she has a taxpayer-funded security detail that Kash Patel ordered up for her, and what we're told is that on more than one occasion, one of her friends who was allegedly inebriated, shouldn't be driving, she asked the detail to drive her home. And members of the detail, these are SWAT agents, experienced FBI agents in the Nashville office. We're told that they refused to do so, but then Kash Patel got involved, made some phone calls, and required that it be done. Again, Patel's people disputing this story, but that is what we're told. And it just sort of underscores the extent to which Kash Patel is devoting taxpayer resources to not only protect his girlfriend, but according to these sources, run errands on her behalf.
Ken,
Look, Cash's girlfriends can't be running around the streets drunk, okay? They could get hurt. That would be bad. We need to be dedicating FBI resources to every drunk woman on every corner of America, okay? I won't stop until we fund it, okay? I don't care how many trillions of dollars we have to spend and how many FBI agents we have to train. It's fascinating. Now, of course, Kash Patel not only gave her a security detail, there was also this story of him using the, I think it was the private jet Christy Nome bought, or something like that. Like using some agency's like private jet to get down to a show for her. I think it was in Tennessee. Can't remember exactly where it was. I see he's been using all sorts of resources to impress this girlfriend of his. Cash's girl. Alexis, whatever her fucking name is, I don't care. She seems terrible. Not gonna lie. All right. Now, Donald Trump not only, of course, tore down the entire East Wing, like, a month and a half ago. 2 months ago now, I guess. He also he's been putting up accoutrements all over. We've seen them everywhere. Golden trinkets, filigree adorning the walls, golden cups on every surface, and whatever else they could find that gleams when it's shiny out. And well, about 2 weeks ago now, a new sort of decoration, I guess you could call it, was unveiled. Really, I would call it more of like a exhibition or like an exhibit, right? Like comparable to a museum, I would say. A lot more information on these decorations than your average live, laugh, love plaque. Of course, I'm talking about the Walk of Shame, which appeared suddenly and disturbingly.
As if things As if things couldn't get any worse, and as if I could not be more personally attacked by Donald Trump's renovation of the White House, his legalized rescheduling of marijuana, which is very likely to happen today, potentially not taxing gambling winnings, helping out pornography companies. He has further desecrated the People's House with new plaques underneath his so-called Hall of Fame there on the White House colonnade. Let's take a look at some of these. This, called the Presidential Walk of Fame, was conceived, built, and dedicated by President Donald J. Trump as a tribute to past presidents, good, bad, and somewhere in the middle, who served our country and gave up so much in so doing. The Presidential Walk of Fame will long live as a testament and tribute to the greatness of America, dedicated on November 5, 2025. I am personally asking, no matter who it is that comes into the office next year, we need a ritualistic burning on the road, but in the newly restored Rose Garden. So first, we will plunder the concrete. We will take it, we will dig it all up, we will replant the Rose Garden. After the Rose Garden is there, we will ritualistically burn these plaques and any other such desecrated signs that say the Oval Office on the Oval Office or the Presidential
All the
Walk
Home
chain.
Depot
Yes,
gilded
the ballroom,
bullshit.
we will dismantle brick by brick. We need like Marxist-Leninists to come in here, like Bolshevik red guard. I sign up, I'll be ready. You can give me a red guard, give me an armband. I'm ready to roll. We'll get the troops together, and we will, by hand, in our socialist, like the hammer and the sickle, we'll come together. No bulldozers. We will do it together. We will rise up together, and we will burn this fucker to the ground whenever it comes to the ballroom. Now, just to show you the plaque that we have here, let's put this one up here on the screen. These are the plaques that now accompany every president. He famously. Why the gold furnishings above the photo? You know what I mean? Like the frames themselves are already offensive.
Tacky enough.
But why the gold above the said frame? Like, why? So let's take a look let's read some of these plaques, shall we, which Trump apparently wrote himself. This is Obama's. Barack Hussein Obama was the first black president. Community, or it's very woke of Trump to capitalize black. Did you see that?
I
Yes,
noticed that
very
too,
woke.
yeah.
Thank you, President Trump, for sticking with the New York Times post-BLM style guide. A community organizer, one-term senator from Illinois, one of the most divisive political figures in American history. As president, he passed the highly ineffective, unaffordable CARE Act, resulting in his party losing control of both houses of Congress. The election of the largest House Republican majority since 1946. He presided over a stagnant economy capitalized for no reason whatsoever, approved the terrible Iran nuclear deal, and signed the one-sided Paris Climate Accords, both of which were later terminated by President Donald J. Trump. Under Obama, the ISIS caliphate spread across the Middle East. Libya collapsed into chaos. Russia invaded and took Crimea and Ukraine, crippled small businesses with crushing regulation, environment, blah, blah, blah. Obama also spied on the 2016 presidential campaign of President Trump and presided over the creation of the Russia hoax, the worst political scandal in American history capitalized. He handicapped successor.
His handpicked successor.
His handpicked successor. I said handicap, sorry. Well, maybe. Hillary Rodham Clinton would then lose the presidency to Donald J. Trump. So.
Well, there you go. The Walk of Shame. That's what we're calling it around here. I think it's the most fitting and apt name I've heard so far. All right. And now we are almost done with this here stream, people. Just want to say, incredible how many of you have been around for so much of this 17.5-hour stream. Only got there's like 4 videos. 4 videos left. Somehow we've made it all the way through. Oh wait, I forgot I added this bonus video in here. This happened like 11 days ago. Like around the same time the Breaking Points dropped this video. this thing happened in the world of celebrity online personalities and also boxing.
They said, fight a real boxer. What is this? They said, fight someone your size. Both hands are down. Oh! They said, fight a world champion. I, Jake Joseph Paul, will knock out, defeat, and embarrass Anthony Joshua Friday, December 19th.
There you go, people. Jake Paul. He went into the ring with a real fighter. And he lost. And he lost quite badly, as it turns out. Just pummeled. Ruthlessly. And mercilessly. All right, now this next video is from 8 days ago. Let's talk about the files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement that, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as
Megastar enabling emotes only chat in the Twitch stream. Now, we're not going to watch this whole thing because we've been sort of talking about it all week, really, or for the last week. We all know this. We've gone deep in on this latest and the cover-up that's going on here. The combination cover-up / incompetency fest that the Trump administration seems to be having over there at the White House is truly incredible. CoffeeZilla. I mean, he and Ryan Green over at DropSite and the J-Site or the J-Mail guys or whoever else got involved in this, their work was honestly incredible. The fact that they found these flaws in the security and were able to exploit them in a way to be able to get out this information is just wild. Like, the fact that the FBI didn't think of that ahead of time, also wild. The whole thing, fucking wild. Including all the stuff that was redacted, which we, like I said, we talked about all week. I think we all know about what was in there? Things like, oh, I don't know, 10 unnamed co-conspirators. Stuff like that, you know. I am so beat. All right, people, we're almost done. Honestly, the rest of this is a breeze. Let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. Good Riddance Day. Let's go to New York.
What are you saying goodbye to?
I'm saying goodbye to self-doubt, limiting myself.
Throw it away. There it is, April. Tom, I have to know, what are you saying goodbye to and closing the curtain on in 2025?
I am closing the curtain on negativity in 2025. I want us to focus on what unites us and not what divides us.
Rip that ticket and throw the old one in the garbage. You are...
I like how he just tried to do a Good Riddance Day for everyone. You can't do that. Okay? I'm just gonna point that to everybody. You don't get to loop people in on your goddamn New Year's resolutions, okay? Unless you all like are like friends, you know. He just starts talking about us. What is this guy talking about?
Closing the
Us.
curtain.
Here we come, health and happiness for
Us who?
everyone.
Let's say goodbye to a rip that ticket up and officially closing the curtain on 2025. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, 20.
Goodbye, 2025. Well, almost. Not quite. It's not really gone. All right. Now, without leaving New York, let's go here and talk about the thing which is going to be happening approximately 24 hours from now. The inauguration of New York's Mayor Zoran Mamdani. And what his popularity numbers are looking like. With the man who brought us our numbers all goddamn year. The great, the very best. People are saying the guy with the best numbers at CNN. The one and only Harry Emden.
All right, first on CNN this morning with Zoran Mamdani less than 2 days away from leading America's largest city. CNN has learned that Congresswoman...
We don't got time for this, okay? We're here for you know who we're here for, okay? And there we go. Yeah.
Raising the rent for many people. CNN's chief...
God damn you.
Data analyst Harry Emden joining us with the odds. How are New Yorkers feeling about Mamdani as we get very close?
Yeah.
You know.
It's close. It's close. I'm looking at my fake watch. At least you have a real watch on there, I think.
Inauguration day.
Whatever. I just look at my cell phone. Look, if we look at how New Yorkers, New York City folks are feeling about Zoran Mamdani, look at this. Up like a rocket, higher and higher, as Jackie Wilson, a great singer, used to say, right? Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September, it was plus 14 points. Look at where we are now, plus 38 points. That's a climb. If you do the math quickly, right with me right here, Sarah Steiner, 38 minus 14, that's a rise of 24 points in the positive direction. As I said, up like a rocket. New York City voters have never felt better about the man that they elected to lead this city come 2026. He is quite the popular dude right now.
Before
Well, there we go. Zoran Mamdani's numbers exploding. Leading into his taking office, plus 38. The vast majority of people seem to have great hopes for Zoran Mamdani. It's kind of shocking how the fact it's almost like people just got to know him better. Like, actually, yeah, he does seem kind of great. All right, people. This is the final story of the night. Great job to all of you for getting through it. Wow, 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 wow. Well, we started off this long-ass stream of nearly 18 hours with a message from the United Nations. And we're going to end it with the same. A 2026 New Year's message from the UN.
As we enter the new year, the world stands at a crossroads. Chaos and uncertainty surround us, division, violence, climate breakdown, and systemic violations of international law. A retreat from the very principles that bind us together as a human family. People everywhere are asking, are leaders even listening? Are they ready to act? As we turn the page on a turbulent year, one fact speaks louder than words. Global military spending has soared to $2.7 trillion, growing by almost 10%. That is 13 times more than all development aid, equivalent to the entire gross domestic product of Africa. All while conflict rages at levels unseen since World War II. On this new year, let's resolve to get our priorities straight. A safer world begins by investing more in fighting poverty and less in fighting war. Peace must prevail. It is clear the world has the resources to lift lives, heal the planet, and secure a future of peace and justice. In 2026, I call on leaders everywhere, get serious, choose people and planet over pain, and I urge everyone who hears this message, play your part. Our future depends on our collective courage to act. This new year, let's rise together for justice, for humanity, for peace.
The Trump administration said.
Well, I can't believe we actually did it. 17 hours, 43 minutes, and 20 seconds to get through 300 videos. Maybe a couple of more in there I threw in there, too. All right. I guess that's it. Well, we got through another stream. It was incredibly long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoup, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Horologist, HBX, Manda, Free Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana, Dark Sparkle, and CJ from the Six. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the lowly sum of $3 Earth dollars a month. Alright, I'm going to end the Twitch stream. Sorry, Twitch. But since it's getting so quiet over there, I'm just gonna start a raid right now. And let us all convene on the YouTube, a place that we thought, at least I certainly thought, we would not be ringing the New Year's bell in with access to. That's a beautiful thing. Oh wait, they're not even live? Alright, I'm just going to end the stream then. I was going to raid somebody and they're not live. I'm just going to end the Twitch stream, but we're not ending the YouTube stream. Everybody go over to the YouTube if you're on the Twitch.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Whew, what a stream, Space Fans. Crazy. My lips are like numb. It's still super cold on the space station, but I refuse to give up. We only have so much time to recap 2025. There's no more time. It's over. It's done, and thankfully, we managed to recap it. Something I was not sure I would achieve. And now, we can ring in the new year with me completely not worrying about getting any of this done later tonight, and we can just have fun together. Because, yeah, we're having a New Year's Eve stream tonight. Duh. Duh. It's happening. And in fact, I'm considering streaming all the way to doing until Zoran, and then live streaming that. I'm still on Twitch. I know I haven't shut up yet. I have neither shut up nor ended the stream on Twitch yet. So that's part of the problem. It hasn't ended because I haven't ended it. It's the main, I would say that's the main thrust of this issue. Like if you forced me to like nail down like one or another reason for why the Twitch stream wasn't over yet, it's because of that. I wish I could raid myself from Twitch to YouTube. Can't do it. Alright, Twitch. You made it longer than YouTube. At least you can take that home. Sending now. Okay, what do we listen to here? Bring in New Year's Eve day. I think we need something like this. Honorary Nordic Award to me. Why, thank you. Appreciate that. Not sure what I've done to deserve this great honor, but I accept it. All right, everybody. You've certainly earned it tonight. Enjoy. Relax. Kick back. Take a load off. Super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream is starting.